Salamat Pagi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and we thank you for attending the third annual IndoSec 2020. It is an honor to have each one of your presence at this virtual event. We hope you have a wonderful and insightful summit experience. The opening speech is by Major TNI Yosef Pugu Eko Setiawan, SESHMH, Deputy of Response and Recovery from BSSN. The Deputy of Response and Recovery has duties to perform the formulation and implementation of the technical policies in the field of cybersecurity response and recovery in the government communication networks, national vital infrastructure, and digital economy. It is an honor to welcome Major TNI Yosef Pugu Eko Setiawan, SESHMH, to present the opening speech.
Ya, Yosef Pugu Eko Setiawan. Ya, Setiawan. Ya, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In this opportunity, speaking on behalf of the head of National Cyber and Cryptocurrency, I would like to sincerely apologize for not being able to attend the event. And now I'm going to present the speech on the third annual IndoSec Summit 2020. Keynote speech Kepala Badan Cyber Sandi Negara pada the third annual IndoSec Summit tahun 2020. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam damai sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Yang saya hormati para pembicara pada The IndoSec Summit hari ini, serta para peserta yang berbahagia. Marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas rahmat dan karunia-Nya, sehingga pada kesempatan ini kita dapat mengikuti kegiatan The Third Annual IndoSec Summit 2020 dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Selaku pimpinan Badan Cyber dan Sandi Negara, saya sangat menyambut baik dan memberikan apresiasi yang tinggi atas terselenggaranya kegiatan ini yang membahas mengenai Transforming Cyber Security for a Safer Indonesia, karena akan mendukung tugas dan fungsi BSSN dan mewujudkan keamanan siber nasional. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, dinamika lingkungan strategis yang terjadi di dunia tentu memberikan pengaruh terhadap kehidupan berbangsa dan bernegara. Revolusi Industri 4.0 menghadirkan perkembangan teknologi yang menghubungkan infrastruktur fisik dan non-fisik. Interkoneksi antara kedua infrastruktur ini memunculkan terminologi yang dikenal sebagai dunia maya atau ruang siber. Ruang siber terbentuk karena adanya sistem elektronik yang terhubung dengan internet dengan beragam kepentingan, mulai dari sektor pemerintah, badan usaha milik negara, swasta, infrastruktur kritis nasional, dan para pengguna internet melalui perangkat smartphone, smart TV, laptop. Pada masa pandemi COVID-19 ini terjadi peningkatan pemanfaatan interkoneksi jaringan dan perangkat di ruang siber, terutama penggunaan cloud infrastruktur, penerapan office, remote working, online transaction, dan sebagainya. Hal tersebut menjadi tantangan tersendiri bagi bangsa Indonesia untuk dapat segera menyesuaikan diri dengan percepatan transformasi digital. Para peserta yang berbahagia, selaras dengan hal tersebut, pemerintah dan berbagai sektor lainnya juga perlu benar-benar memahami serta mengelola risiko dalam pemanfaatan teknologi yang mungkin terjadi, yakni aspek keamanan siber. Salah satu tantangan terbesar dalam mewujudkan keamanan siber adalah kompleksitas landscape yang disebabkan oleh jenis penyerang, dampak yang ditimbulkan serangan, serta serangan yang sangat beragam di ruang siber. Pada periode semester 1 tahun 2020, BSSN telah mendeteksi serangan siber sebanyak 149.700.000 serangan. Jumlah serangan ini telah mencapai 5 kali lipat dibanding dengan periode 1 semester pada tahun 2019. Meningkatnya kegiatan yang dilakukan secara online dalam masa pandemi COVID-19 turut dimanfaatkan oleh para pelaku serangan siber untuk melancarkan serangan yang menjadi tren dalam masa pandemi ini, antara lain peretasan, penggunaan sistem elektronik yang teretas untuk menjalankan serangan siber lainnya. Teretas yang diikuti dengan meminta tebusan aktivitas pencucian informasi baik oleh malware maupun melalui peretasan. Tentunya kita harus benar-benar mewaspadai tren serangan ini, karena jika diabaikan, maka dapat menimbulkan dampak yang merugikan, bahkan mengganggu stabilitas ke sistem dan organisasi. Para peserta webinar yang saya hormati, dalam menghadapi ancaman serangan di ruang siber, negara yang hadir melalui BSSN mengembang tugas melaksanakan keamanan siber secara efektif dan efisien dengan memanfaatkan IKN dan ekonomi digital, hingga riset organisasi yang memadai kementerian, lembaga, pemerintah daerah, dan instansi yang lain. Peserta webinar sekalian, selain faktor teknologi dan sistem keamanannya, faktor penting lain yang dapat menunjang keberhasilan pelaksanaan sistem elektronik adalah sumber daya manusia. Teknologi yang canggih dan aman sekalipun tidak akan berfungsi optimal jika ditinjau tidak ditunjang dengan SDM yang memahami tentang keamanan siber. SDM dalam hal ini tidak hanya mengelola teknologi, melainkan seluruh komponen dalam organisasi dan masyarakat sebagai pengguna teknologi. Untuk itu, BSSN melakukan literasi dan edukasi budaya keamanan siber dalam rangka menciptakan kesadaran keamanan siber dan budaya keamanan siber untuk mewujudkan ekosistem ruang siber yang aman dan nyaman. Keamanan siber merupakan enabler yang mendukung inovasi, pertumbuhan ekonomi, dan perkembangan sosial. Tantangan dan peluang di ruang siber akan terus berkembang, sehingga diperlukan kolaborasi dan inovasi intensif dari setiap elemen yang terlibat di dalamnya. Bapak, Ibu, serta hadirin yang saya hormati, dengan terselenggaranya kegiatan ini, harapan saya dapat membawa manfaat bagi kita semua. Saya percaya bahwa kolaborasi keamanan siber nasional menjadi kunci utama dalam membangun ruang siber yang aman dan kondusif. Again, we fully support this event and we wish this event great success. We also hope that this event will continue to be annually in the coming year as part of the collective attempt to establish the national cyber security. Demikian sambutan saya. Semoga Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa senantiasa memberikan kesehatan, kemudahan, dan kesuksesan dalam setiap langkah yang kita jalani dalam pengabdian kepada bangsa dan negara. Amin. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Shanti Santi Santi Om. Kepala Badan Siber dan Sandi Negara, Sain Legend TNI Purnawirawan Hinsa Subirian. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Major TNI Yusuf Pugu. BSSN is such an important organization, and we are so thankful to you. Thank you for sharing your insights and knowledge with all the delegates. It's an honor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
So up next, we have an interesting session on the topic cybersecurity and coronavirus, keeping your business safe. Rudy Lomanto is the chairman of CCERT.id, Cybersecurity Independent Resilience Team of Indonesia. This is a community-based CERT that focuses on improving security awareness and resilience. Before CERT.id, Mr. Lumanto was the chairman of ID30, the national CERT of Indonesia, and was involved with ID30 for around 11 years. He has also worked with the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology for more than 9 years and under National Cyber and Crypto Agency for around 1.5 years. I request Mr. Rudy Lumanto, Chairman of CERT.id, to present this interesting topic.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Priyanka. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you, Mr. Rudy.
Okay. So do I have to share my presentation or you will?
Yes, now this is good.
Okay. So
you can share it. There's a screen at the bottom. Share screen.
Okay. You can see my slide or?
Not yet. Do you want us to share your presentation?
Yeah. I think it's better you share it.
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay, great.
You can see it. Yeah.
Okay.
You can just press F5, so it will be a full screen.
Oh. But you can see, right? So I don't need to make it full.
Yes, you can begin, Mr. Rudy. Thank you.
Okay. Uh, Thank you, Priyanka. Greeting everyone and good morning. It's great to be here in this digital channel. Thank you so much for having me. Let me just start off by saying that I hope everyone and their families are well during these extraordinary days, the crisis days caused by COVID-19 pandemic. My name is Ridil Manto. I'm now currently as chairman of GSID. Thank you, Priyanka already introduced me. Uh, in this session, I would like to share my thoughts entitled The Evolving Threat and GSID Role. Last night, I was given some questions by committee, by Priyanka to be included into my talk. That you can see also in the agenda, how to keep business safe, how to stay safe from cyber attack. I hope my talk will give a kind of answer later. Okay, let me begin by showing you some current cybersecurity news that I took yesterday. There are DDoS attacks this year that tripled compared to last year in Q2. There was data breach case happened to FreePic that caused 8.3 million records leaked just via common well-known technique, SQL injections. We saw also new vulnerability again just found threatening IoT devices. And more news about cyber threat and incidents like this available almost every day, despite a lot of innovations and approaches in protection technology. One of the reasons is because we are living in this era, the era that cyber threats are continuing to grow in scale and volume, the era of Industrial 4.0. Different to the previous era, in this era, production power is much folded. We get a lot of goods that are smarter, smaller, abundant, and network ready. Let's see, for examples, number of IoT devices. There are projected to be over 75 billion IoT devices connected to the internet by 2025. The consequence of this number is the risk increase at equal or greater rate than the adoption of it. If we look at how many connected devices per person, we can see that this year we already surrounded by connected devices 5 times bigger than 10 years ago. There are more connected devices than number of people, mean there are a lot of threat factors that directly targeting the weakest link. In Indonesia, government also promoting to introduce and implement 200 million sensors that will be used in many fields from manufacture, agriculture, transportation, and etc. Then we can understand that we live in more dangerous era. The threat even will connect also to ICS and critical infrastructure. So this is shown how we have to put more attention to ICS and critical infrastructure because the threat now is coming. As Andy Bohman said, that it's a golden age to be an attacker against critical infrastructure. If you are in critical infrastructure, you should plan to be targeted. And if you are targeted, you will be compromised. It's that simple. What makes the threat evolving power even greater is that the factors that exist in the cyber world are increasingly mutually reinforcing in this era. Attack vector, vulnerabilities, innovation in underground, lack of defense know-how, abundance of attack techniques know-how, higher degree of anonymity. This all combination look like will bring us into the dark age of the cyber if we put no attention carefully. So even in the pandemic, situation, threats are continue to evolve. During pandemic, people are forced to stay at home. So most of the people started working remotely. Then the RDP usage is highly increased, and hackers taking advantage of the situation to steal the corporate resources. Kaspersky reported starting this March, the number of RDP attacks has been rocketed across almost the entire planet. By the end of last March, it reached million per day. In Indonesia, phishing case increased more than last year. This sample just saw how the number of phishing sites in Indonesia that are targeting victims in a country outside Indonesia. So this year is more than 3 or 4 times than last year. Another threat is data breach. From IBM report, we found also some fact that still we are not enough in protecting our data. It takes 280 days to identify and contain the data breach. Even in Indonesia, during this pandemic, we have a very bad news that by this underground news about Tokopedia leak. 15 million users data freely distributed. And if you want complete 90 million data, you have to pay 5,000 US dollar. The data included over 15 million unique email addresses, names, genders, birth dates, and password hashes. So we understand and know very well that database case damage is always big because it can escalate to many another potential victims. For example, in this Tokopedia leak, there are more than 500 government email address and user data, more than 450 bank email address and their users data. So the potential victim, not only the Tokopedia, but also the other institution that their data being exposed. Another factor where threat is evolving is vulnerabilities. New vulnerabilities always there, exist somewhere until found by hackers. And known vulnerabilities still they're also exploitable. This data show us top 10 vulnerabilities from US DHS that tell us even vulnerabilities in 2017 still open and many exploited by a criminal. And using OSINT, Open Source Intelligence, the same situation also occur in Indonesia. If we see the top 10 vulnerabilities this year, most of CVE is known and even so old. Mean that vulnerable system become more and more easy to exploit. We found also some picture about vulnerable devices in Indonesia. It saw that there are 2 million vulnerable devices, included there 94 that directed to industrial control system. So to explore more, we can see also new vulnerability found this year that still exists and open, the CVA 2020-5902. This vulnerability received a rating of 10 or the highest possible score. So this vulnerability could also result in complete system compromise. So very dangerous vulnerability if we see the explanation. So this slide shows where the vulnerability is located, how that vulnerability can easily be exploited. And unfortunately, even ministry in here still miss to patch their system. So it is a lack of another things from all of the slide that I saw previously, we can conclude with all of this that threat is all around us. Incidents become common. It is just a matter of time. Therefore, incident response role become more important than before. Incident response capability must adapt to the new threat environment. Mitigation trend to overcome the threat landscape. Usually we have plan, protect, and incident response, or TSET, which TSET just have a small portions. But thinking about the new threat landscape, with the changing threat environment, TSET role should be bigger than before. So because of that important role of incident response, we should start from beginning, making TSET in better way in order to get better incident response capability. These 4 phases are the phases that I think should be considered to create good TSET. The establishment or assemble a team, routine operations, routine evaluations, routine improvement, and stay update. And be careful of the common pitfall, failure to complete all the space. The second thing is making TSET effective. There are 4 factors that I think have to consider in order to make TSET effective. The embedded threat intelligence, continuous training, TSET metric, and increasing maturity level. As teams mature and evolve, they will increase their capacity to handle the ever-changing cyber threat landscape. And as capacity increases, so does the ability to assist other teams. Improving the maturity of one team does benefit other teams in the network. So last but not least, to answer questions from community, how to keep business safe, how to stay safe from cyber attack, we have to prepare for the incident. And those who prepare most for incidents will survive and stay safer. That's my short thoughts, and I hope it will be enlighten all of the audience and attendees. Thank you very much. I give back to Priyanka. Hello?
Thank you, Mr. Rudy. That was indeed a very insightful presentation. We thank you very much for participating as a speaker.
So I can stop the share screen.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And leave the studio.
Yes. The next presentation is on the topic Universal Privilege Management, Securing Today's Expansion of Privilege Universe. We have 2 speakers for this session. The first speaker is Lenny Sowardi, a Cyber Risk Executive Director with the Risk Advisory of Deloitte, Indonesia. She has over 18 years in the IT audit, IT advisory, and security field. Lenny focuses on helping clients in developing their cyber strategy, security assessment, and implementation of identity and access management solutions. Lenny is based in Indonesia and is leading 40 plus security practitioners in Deloitte. The second speaker is Hisashi Ota. Hisashi serves as a director in cyber risk with the Risk Advisory of Deloitte Singapore. He has over 15 years of industry experience in implementing various enterprise and security solutions such as cyber strategy, API security, and identity and access management solutions specialized in privileged access management solution. He is currently based in Singapore and supporting digital identity for Southeast Asia. Hisashi also leads the Deloitte PAM practice for Southeast Asia. I welcome Lenny and Hisashi to share their insights on this interesting topic.
So, selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu, salam sejahtera dan sehat buat kita semua. pada kesempatan pagi ini, Deloitte ingin berbagi sesi mengenai Universal Privilege Management, securing today's expansions of Privilege Universe. Nah, pada agenda pagi ini kami juga akan sharing mengenai cyber risk di era new normal, dan bagaimana pandemi COVID ini telah merubah behavior dan cara beroperasi kita, di mana kita dapat bekerja dari mana saja, work from anywhere, dan tanpa kita sadari, cyber itu juga ada di mana saja. Cyber is everywhere. Nah, nanti kami juga akan berbagi mengenai teknologi yang dapat digunakan untuk memanage user privilege, karena seperti yang kita tahu, attackers itu sudah berevolusi ya, dan beberapa tahun kebelakangan ini mereka sudah mempunyai cara yang baru untuk mencuri data, yaitu melalui user dan privilege-nya. Ya, jadi kalau kita lihat dari perspektif COVID dan cyber, saya rasa kondisi perubahan 3W, yaitu work, workforce, dan workplace, itu sudah dirasakan oleh kita semua saat ini, ya. Di mana remote work itu bukan menjadi solusi yang sementara, tapi ini akan menjadi solusi yang berkelanjutan atau alternatif budaya kerja baru. Nah, dalam era digital ini, mesin dan human bekerja saling berdampingan, and we are very good at what we do best. Dan kita juga sekarang melihat banyak sekali perusahaan yang mengeksplor beberapa cara baru, inisiatif untuk mendigitalisasi beberapa pekerjaan melalui perkembangan teknologi yang ada seperti robotics, Internet of Things, cloud, dan lain-lain sebagainya. Dan karena otomatisasi ini, maka kita sebagai human itu akan selalu fokus terhadap aspek inovasi, kreativitas, dan problem solving. Nah, dari sisi workforce sendiri, kita juga melihat adanya shifting dari perspektif talent, di mana perusahaan akan mulai untuk mengidentifikasi, menarik dan melibatkan orang-orang dengan skill set dan experience yang tepat, dan juga perusahaan akan mulai banyak sekali me-engage third party vendors. Nah, kita melihat juga adanya keterbatasan sumber daya yang ada pada saat ini, di mana upskilling dan continuous learning ini kita rasakan sangat-sangat diperlukan pada situasi seperti ini. Nah, bagaimana dengan workplace itu sendiri? Nah, future workplace itu akan merupakan kombinasi atau blending antara physical dan virtual working environment, di mana teknologi sangat-sangat diperlukan agar kita itu bisa mempunyai our own personal experience while working virtual. Ya, jadi tools dan platform kolaborasi akan menunjang lokasi kerja yang dinamis, dan saya rasa agile mindset itu akan menjadi sesuatu yang normal, di mana perusahaan akan lebih memvalue adaptability over procedures. Nah, kalau kita lihat dari beberapa work from home survey yang dilakukan oleh Deloitte Global, walaupun remote work itu akan terus ada setelah pandemik, namun kita menyadari akan tetap ada beberapa tantangan ya yang harus kita hadapin. Cyber and data security dilihat perusahaan itu sebagai sesuatu yang penting, regardless apakah karyawan itu bekerja dari office maupun rumah. Sehingga kebanyakan perusahaan terus menambah additional security measure untuk melindungi data perusahaan. Nah, kalau kita lihat dari chart di sebelah kiri, 90% responden ini mereka masih nyaman ya, termasuk saya sendiri nih, untuk terus bekerja dari rumah secara efisien, walaupun dengan adanya tambahan security controls. Nah, tapi ada juga sebagian kecil responden yang merasa tidak nyaman dengan kondisi WFH ini karena koneksi VPN yang kurang baik, akses data menjadi lebih susah, dan lain-lain sebagainya. Nah, juga kita melihat ada tren peningkatan traction ya dari attempt terhadap phishing, spam email, atau fraudulent emails yang meningkat sebanyak 25%. Nah, dari Deloitte Threat Report, kita juga melihat adanya beberapa shifting dari resiko yang selama ini kita bekerja di network and control environment ke lingkungan yang tidak secure, di mana masing-masing dari kita contohnya menggunakan home wifi yang tidak termonitor. Nah, pandemik ini juga membuat kita sebagai employee itu menjadi less alert, karena saat ini kita mempunyai prioritas yang berbeda. Contohnya, misalnya masalah kesehatan kita, atau orang di rumah yang memerlukan perhatian lebih, ya. Nah, itu menjadikan user awareness menjadi sangat kurang, dan itu dijadikan celah oleh attacker dalam melakukan serangan. Nah, kalau kita lihat bisnis di Indonesia sendiri, ada survei yang dilakukan oleh Palo Alto di mana disampaikan bahwa akan ada peningkatan budget IT ya, khususnya di bidang cyber, karena hal ini diperlukan seiring dengan pertumbuhan cyber attack sekitar 200% dari sebelum COVID. Sehingga perusahaan perlu terus-menerus mengupgrade security framework dan juga infrastruktur yang ada agar bisa tetap stay in the business. Nah, berdasarkan angka BSSN sendiri, Badan Siber Sandi Nasional, itu sudah terdapat 88 juta cyber attacks di 4 bulan pertama tahun ini, tahun 2020. Di mana setengah dari cyber attacks itu terdiri dari malware dan juga phishing scam. Nah, di sini dapat kita lihat dari chartnya itu ada beberapa aspek threats yang dirasakan oleh bisnis di Indonesia dari perspektif legacy IT infrastructure, legacy cyber product, lack of awareness, dan juga third party access. Nah, kalau kita zoom in lebih dalam lagi atas penyebab cyber attacks, kita bisa lihat dari beberapa survei yang ada di layar, 80% dari cyber breach itu melibatkan privilege account credential, di mana 59% itu berasal dari vendor, 70% itu berasal dari jaringan, dan actually 88% itu bisa dicegah dengan menghapus hak admin. Nah, saya rasa resiko-resiko ini akan terus berkembang ya di era new normal ini, dan the list will go on, karena ini adalah emerging risk dari cyber dalam kondisi new normal. Nah, tapi resiko-resiko ini mungkin saja sudah ada sejak dahulu, tapi kita semua menjadi lebih sadar terhadap hal ini karena adanya perubahan 3W tadi, yaitu work, workforce, dan juga workplace. Nah, dengan kondisi remote yang berkepanjangan, kita semua dapat bekerja dari mana saja, dan cyber itu juga akan terus mengikuti kita ya, dan akan ada di mana saja. Nah, saat ini di mana seluruh perusahaan sudah siap merencanakan untuk post-pandemic world, yang perlu kita pastikan adalah bagaimana cyber itu bisa membantu memastikan cara kerja kita yang baru menjadi lebih produktif, berkelanjutan, terjamin, dan juga aman. Nah, meskipun COVID ini kita lihat sebagai krisis, tapi on the positive side, COVID ini juga mengajarkan kita untuk lebih fleksibel, untuk lebih sabar, dan mendorong kita untuk melihat cara baru dalam bekerja dari mana saja dan juga kapan saja. Nah, ada beberapa tools yang available seperti cloud computing yang membuat fleksibilitas itu menjadi sangat-sangat mungkin. Akan tetapi, kalau misalkan bisnis berpikir untuk memindahkan sebagian besar operasionalnya ke cloud, itu juga akan mempunyai resiko tersendiri. Nah, agar kita dapat bekerja di era yang baru ini, saya rasa prinsip dari cybersecurity itu menjadi lebih penting, yaitu prinsip confidentiality, integrity, dan juga availability. Nah, ada 4 langkah yang Deloitte dapat sarankan untuk mengantisipasi pitfall dari pandemik situasi ini. Yang pertama itu adalah kita harus membangun trust foundation yang kuat. Yang kedua, kita harus selalu mengadopsi cyber everywhere mindset. Yang ketiga, kita harus membangun suatu kultur perpetual resilience. Yang keempat, itu kita harus selalu leading from the front. Nah, kepatuhan terhadap 3 prinsip utama itu actually dapat membantu memberikan kepercayaan ya dalam suatu organisasi, baik antara employee, customer, vendor, dan lain-lainnya. Kepercayaan itu mempengaruhi seluruh stakeholder, dan ada 4 jenis tipe stakeholder dari kepercayaan, yaitu physical, emotional, financial, dan digital. Nah, kalau kita lihat dari lensa cyber, digital trust adalah faktor yang sangat kritikal dari kemampuan suatu perusahaan untuk dapat kembali beroperasi seperti semula di masa next normal. Nah, kita lihat bahwa cyber itu dapat membantu transformasi dari physical workplace ke new virtual environment. Tapi cyber juga dapat menciptakan concern baru atas resiko safety dan privacy. External stakeholder, on the other hand, seperti kita punya customer, vendor, supply chain partner, mereka juga ingin tahu gitu, apakah cyber security itu merupakan prioritas dari suatu organisasi, di mana mereka itu mempercayakan transaksi, informasi, dan personal data yang mereka miliki. Nah, selanjutnya saya rasa kita itu harus selalu mengadopsi cyber everywhere mindset. Banyak bisnis yang kita lihat saat ini, itu sudah memutuskan bahwa mereka tidak akan kembali kepada masa BAU, business as usual, atau business before COVID-19. Nah, mengapa hal itu terjadi? Nah, karena mereka sudah melihat produktivitas dari virtual workplace dan juga remote working environment. Nah, tapi untuk kita kembali ke masa next normal ini, perusahaan perlu mempunyai strategi untuk memanage risiko cyber. Jadi, a cyber everywhere mindset itu sangat-sangat diperlukan, di mana hal ini berarti kita perlu mempunyai pemahaman secara meluas, secara pervasif atas cyber, dan bagaimana kita dapat mengembed hal ini ke dalam proses inovasi, strategi, dan memastikan bahwa cyber itu bisa menjadi enabler keberhasilan suatu bisnis. Nah, saya ingat dahulu ketika suatu perusahaan ingin mengintroduce produk baru, cara kerja baru, mereka akan berfokus terhadap functional dan technical requirement, dan seringkali melupakan aspek dan kebutuhan security di awal. Nah, dengan melakukan ini, seringkali produk itu terlambat untuk dirilis atau perlu di-recall ulang karena adanya keterbatasan teknologi atau security issue. Nah, dengan kita mengikut sertakan tim cyber di masa awal dari saat siklus pengembangan dan kebutuhan, cyber itu actually dapat mendukung inovasi dan operasi dan juga dapat mendeteksi resiko dari awal. Kita dapat mendefinisikan security dan privacy requirement, di mana di dalamnya termasuk user security profile, privilege users, segregation of duties, dan juga workflow rules. Nah, kita sendiri sekarang sudah melihat bahwa cyber itu is everywhere, dan untuk itu terdapat kebutuhan agar organisasi dapat mengadopsi kultur ketahanan yang berkesinambungan atau the culture of perpetual resilience. Nah, perusahaan itu perlu, dan hal ini bukan ketika kita membangun suatu kultur itu, hal ini bukan saja mengenai keputusan yang baik dari level top management, employees dari semua level itu juga harus mempunyai pemahaman atas pentingnya dan peranan mereka di cyber. Jadi setiap orang itu perlu belajar untuk melihat, melapor, dan menanggapi ancaman cyber. Nah, ketika kita mempunyai cyber hygiene yang baik, organisasi akan mulai untuk membuat suatu environment di mana hal yang aman untuk dilakukan adalah hal yang gampang untuk dilakukan. Nah, cyber hygiene ini akan menjadi fondasi untuk ketahanan yang berkesinambungan di masa depan. Di slide ini sendiri kita bisa melihat ada 10 komponen yang dapat dilakukan untuk memastikan keberhasilan dari program cyber, mulai dari culture awareness dan training sampai dengan security architecture. Nah, salah satu komponen penting di sini yang pengen kita tekankan, yang juga menjadi target dari attacker untuk dapat melakukan kebobolan data adalah identity access management, di mana prinsip dari IAM ini adalah untuk mengenhance security, untuk mengimprove operational efficiency, dan juga memberikan better user experience. Nah, di sini dapat kita lihat beberapa hal yang bisa dilakukan adalah pertama, mengamankan identity access untuk memberikan experience yang seamless terhadap external maupun internal users. Nah, dengan adanya shifting towards remote access yang kita rasakan saat ini, perusahaan juga perlu untuk mengadopsi security first cloud strategy untuk memperkuat privilege access management. Nah, privilege access ini menjadi sangat penting karena ini merupakan inti dari banyak pelanggaran yang paling terkenal yang ada saat ini, ya, di mana terdapat beberapa use cases, yaitu akses diberikan tanpa dimonitor terhadap employee, vendors, dan ada insiders gitu ya. Jadi mereka mempunyai akses berlebih terhadap sistem dan data. Yang kedua, use cases yang terjadi adalah secara credential itu sering kita sharing dan juga itu tidak kita manage. Jadi password use itu tidak diaudit, tidak dimonitor, dan juga tidak termanage dengan disiplin, dan juga tidak ada accountability-nya. Nah, untuk poin terakhir dari cyber everywhere ini itu adalah leading from the front. Nah, jadi pandemi corona ini saya rasa merupakan suatu katalis ya untuk merubah fungsi cyber security. Dan cyber ini bukan hanya terkait dan dilakukan oleh CISO, tapi I guess semua senior leaders dan juga board members perlu bertanggung jawab untuk resiko cyber di dalam organisasi. Nah, top management juga perlu mengetahui dan memahami profil cyber risk di perusahaan dan dapat memberikan arahan di mana kerentanan itu terjadi di dalam sistem. Saya rasa peran CISO sendiri itu juga sekarang tidak sekedar melakukan monitoring atas compliance dan juga enforcer dari security. Saat ini peran CISO dituntut untuk lebih terkoneksi, terkolaborasi secara efektif agar bisnis dapat memanage risiko cyber. Nah, sebagai seseorang yang memimpin di baris paling depan, pemimpin yang bertanggung jawab akan menggunakan 7 dari pertanyaan yang ada di slide ini untuk melihat cyber posture mereka agar mereka dapat kembali ke fase next normal. Nah, demikian dari saya. Selanjutnya saya akan serahkan ke Hisa-Sisan untuk mengulas mengenai remote environment dan juga privilege access management technology. So, Hisa-Sisan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu Leni. Selamat pagi, everyone. Good morning. This is Hisashi Ota. I'm from Singapore. I'm in charge of the cybersecurity business for this Southeast Asia as well, especially specialized in the privileged access management solution. So the next, I hope you understand what is happening in for this COVID-19 situation, what is important, what is the importance of the cybersecurity. So the cybersecurity is everywhere, right? Especially coming to this remote work environment. So the next 10 minutes to 15 minutes, I will spend 10-15 minutes to talk about how you can secure organization crown jewels in this remote working environment, right? Just to maybe recap a bit of what is happening, the cyber threats and the risks that when you move to the remote work, right? There's many things is happening, like the previous session also mentioned of the vulnerabilities of the IoT device increases in the vulnerabilities, right? And then the phishing attacks in the Indonesia side, I heard that there's 3 times more than the phishing attacks compared to the last year as well, right? So there's increased more on the phishing attacks, which also lead to those APT attacks, right? So all the attackers trying to target you to put the malware and malware, the ransomware into your laptop to steal the data, right? The loss of the data is definitely one of the things that you need to consider. Right. The important part that you definitely need to take note is the leaks of the confidential information. Right. I talk about the crown jewel. So what is a crown jewel? It's an important asset, a very critical asset for in your organization. It's like a customer data, your employee data, your financial data. Everything is considered as a confidential information. So this is what you need to protect, and especially considering this remote work environment. Yeah. So when talk about the privilege management perspective, previously we talked about only 2 areas that we only focusing on. So maybe the privilege access management that you will talk about, PAM itself is not new to your environment, but your environment may be focusing only 2 areas. For example, like servers, like Windows OS, Linux OS, those servers managing those admin accounts, the root accounts, and the other part is only for like applications, right? For the rotating the password, doing the session recording kind of things. It's the only 2 things that you were focusing on. But coming to the changing this era, the new normal we talk about, you need to consider the various focus, right? So the password management universe is shifting, right? One of the areas is definitely like automation, right? If you go to the digitalization when it comes to the remote work, you need to do maybe the paperless work. You maybe want to implement more on the BPM solutions, like business process management solutions, right? You want to do the paperless solutions, right? So the automation is one of the things, and then the privilege account is there as well, right? And then the remote work, right? Remote work is something that's a very big thing. Now that we are doing this event from the remote, right? Remote work is definitely the one things and that you need to look at. And then the people are always lacking the concept of the managing the privilege work account for the remote work, right? People are looking at the giving the remote work to the employee, but maybe lacking of the privilege account, giving the privilege account for the remote work itself. So the privilege management universe has been shifting, right? So what you need to consider, right? So when this remote work environment, how you can protect your data. So when you go to the right-hand side, there's a data breach, right? And the data breach is the most important things that you need to take note, right? So the data breach you want to do, you don't want to happen to make it happen, the data breach, right? Before to reach to this stage. So the insider threats or external threats, right? So the insider threats or external threats, it can be coming in the remote. This is the first thing that you need to protect, right? Kind of like the command control, everything that you need to do. Next one is a privilege escalation, right? Attackers comes in and then try to use as a normal user, but try to get a root account, at a higher privilege account to come into your environment. And then they use this privilege account to move around your company and network itself, right? And those are the things that you have to be very careful on this. And then that is how you need to block the doors, that you need to kill those chains, right? This cyber attack chain, you need to block and kill those chains to protect, to reach to your data breach itself. Yeah. Okay. So why is the PAM is important, right? For this this perspective, there's 4 areas, right? One is the high value targets, right? As I talk about the crown jewels, the value is very important. The crown jewels is your important information that you need to protect. Second one is the impact, right? So what is the impact when you lose the data? Of course, the business is impact, and then also the company reputation, right? When you lose the data, is that your company is going to get the impact for your reputation itself, right? Number 3 is a compliance. We talk about compliance. There's always a compliance requirement, like a PCI DSS, SOX, or maybe your OJK requirement is there in Indonesian market, right? Number 4 is proactiveness, right? When you talk about the PAM business or PAM solution itself, people may think about, oh, this is a one-time solution you just install and then run and operate. But it's actually a multi-year project. So we call it as a PAM program rather than just project implementation, right? So you need to think about how you can be proactively implement and then operate the PAM program itself. So what some of the common business drivers, right? I don't talk about everything, but one of the things, the second point I want to highlight is the compromise or a misuse of the privileged accounts. So you need to consider not only the attackers, right? Sometimes the people misuse the privileged accounts. That's why there's something the data breach may happen itself, right? And then the last part, and then the last column, the lack of the ownership, right? There's plenty of the privileged accounts around, but there's no ownership. So we don't know who is using which privileged accounts, and then there's no owner to review it. That's a pretty dangerous for your organization. Right? So when you do the PAM program, what can you get from there? Right? So number 1 on the left side is a full functionality with a fewer privileged entities. I just mentioned there's a many privileged accounts, right? Because we are not talking about only the server and the application. Even server applications, there's many privileged accounts, but if you talk about the remote work environments or IoT devices, industry devices, there's a tons of the privileged accounts going to be there, right? So that you need to streamline the privileged account, and then you need to make sure the accountability of those privileged accounts, right? Audit requirements, definitely in one of the things. And then the middle part is especially talk about the defense against malware, right? Defense against malware is definitely the key topic to talk about during this remote COVID-19 situation itself. Yeah, and then the last part is the accountability. I just talked about the lack of ownership. So that if the lack of ownership happens, and then you will lose the visibility of who is using what. So this is what you can get from the PAM program itself. You can get the visibility who is using what. Who is using which privileged accounts, and then you can review it whether this is necessarily activities or not. Right. So when talk about the PAM program itself, PAM program is a part of the whole identity and the access management program. So identity access management includes all the application accounts and then employee stuff, everything the accounts, and then the PAM is a part of it, right? Even in PAM itself, there's a various components that you need to consider. As one is, of course, a password vaulting and password management. You may be familiar if you're doing it, and session management, which is a recording of the sessions, right? And then also the privilege management itself. So the right hand is something that maybe the people may not, you may not have touched on it, which is like endpoint privilege or privilege escalation itself, protecting your laptop or industry devices, right? So how you can build the PAM program, how you can achieve your goals using the technology, right? So there's a technology available in the market for the privilege access management. There's plenty of technology available. You can maybe do it manually, right? Doing all the privilege account review, the password rotation, and the workflow, everything. Maybe you can do it by yourself, but the tool can help you to achieve your goal and then more extend your goals to the beneficial ways. Yeah. So if you look at some of the market reports, right? One is a website is a Kupinga Core reports, which talk about around 10, 15, right? The products available in the market. And the right side is also talking about the Forrester. There's a 10 products solutions available in the market, right? And then also the Gartner also just issued the latest Gartner Magic Quadrant in this month, August 2020. So the Beyond Trust is one of the vendor treated as one of the best solution for the privilege access management. If you can see the chart on the right hand side, right? So the reason why the Beyond Trust becomes the second place in the Gartner quadrant is because they have a very unique capability compared to the others, right? So what is unique to the Beyond Trust? So there's a 3 pillars that we talk about. Yeah. So I was just talking about those password rotations. The universe has been changing from the server to application to all the devices, including the remote work, everything. On the right hand side, the privileged password management, which you can do the password rotation, session recording, everything for the traditional way of doing it. Of course, to include those IoT devices, the devices as well as the remote work environment. Then in the middle, this is a bit unique to the Beyond Trust as well. So they have an endpoint privilege management, which is to force you to do the least privilege. So there's plenty of the vulnerable devices, right? So we talk about the servers, we talk about applications, we talk about laptop, and then we talk about the industry devices, like your factory or your subsidiary, everything. They have those industry devices, including those devices is the vulnerability, right? Those are the point that the attackers comes in. Beyond Trust provides a capability to list the privilege so that you don't need to give the admin privilege, but you can use the privilege escalation to minimize the risk of the exposing the data or exposing the privilege information, right? And then the right-hand side, secure remote access. Well, the topic for today is remote access, how to secure your organization, right, by remote access, right? They have a unique solution to address this secure remote access itself, so that you can provide a remote environment without using the VPN solution, but you can put this solution to provide the privilege access to the external peoples, right? Then you can monitor who is using what, everything with a secure manner. Yeah. So the Beyond Trust has this unique portfolio to address your needs, and then that is why the Beyond Trust is treated as one of the vendor, especially for this COVID-19 situation. Okay, so I will pass back to Bu Leni for the closing itself. Yeah.
Thank you, Hitachi-san. Jadi untuk mengkonklusi sesi ini dapat kami sampaikan kata berikut, cyber is everywhere, tapi success is also everywhere. Jadi mari kita lihat cyber ini sebagai enabler yang bisa kita gunakan untuk kemajuan bisnis kita agar menjadi mekanisme yang efektif ya, agar bisnis dapat merespon kembali secara efektif atas ancaman-ancaman threats di masa depan, agar bisnis dapat kembali menjadi fleksibel dan juga beradaptasi untuk perubahan yang sangat mendadak dan dapat beroperasi secara normal kembali. Nah, saya rasa mungkin masih ada 1 menit. Ini ada pertanyaan yang masuk, yaitu did you imply that cloud computing is more preferable during work from home? What is the reasons behind? Nah, jadi saya rasa kalau kita ngomong soal cloud computing itu di masa-masa pandemik seperti ini, saya rasa itu memang sangat suatu solusi yang bisa kita apply ya, karena itu mudah untuk kita melakukan kontrol, itu dapat digunakan secara mobile dimanapun dan kapanpun. Nah, selama tidak terbentur dengan isu security, khususnya terkait dengan data transaksi maupun informasi nasabah. Nah, terutama Bapak Ibu dengan adanya peraturan atau regulasi yang menyatakan bahwa informasi nasabah harus berada di dalam lingkungan Indonesia. Nah, itu harus kita antisipasi resiko-resiko seperti itu. Nah, tapi di luar itu semua, kami rasa cloud computing itu sangat baik dalam mendukung masa pandemik di era WFH ini. So, I think Priyanka, over to you. I think we can conclude our session today.
Okay, thank you so much, Lenny, and thank you so much, Hisashi, for that very interesting presentation. And we also thank Beyond Trust for being the gold sponsor for IndoSec 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, terima kasih.
Up next is an interesting presentation on the topic, the importance of identity in a zero trust environment. Grady Summers has a variety of technology and leadership positions spanning over 20 years and now serves as the Executive Vice President of Solutions and Technology at SailPoint. Grady is responsible for driving SailPoint's technology roadmap and solution strategy, ensuring strong and consistent execution across SailPoint's identity portfolio. I welcome Grady Summers, the Executive Vice President, Solutions and Technology from SailPoint Technologies, to share his insights.
Hey, Priyanka, thanks very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you and see.
All right, great. Well, just want to say good morning to everybody. It's really an honor to be speaking here at IndoSec 2020. I wish we were all there in person, but I hope everyone's staying safe and healthy. Look, I encourage this session to be as interactive as you all want to make it. I'll keep an eye on the questions coming in. You can hit me with a direct message over here. Go ahead and send any questions along the way, and I'll do my best to answer them. But I thought I'd talk a little bit about identity, and particularly as how identity governance relates to zero trust. I've been in the industry a long time, and I can tell you these are two terms that get thrown around. Not everyone understands what they mean, identity governance and zero trust. So I hope I'll bring a little clarity to that. I'll provide some basic background of what identity governance is, and then talk about that connection to zero trust. Just a little bit about me and why would you want to listen to what I have to say on this topic. I've been, like I said, in the industry for a while. I was a former global CISO at GE, so I've got a lot of background helping to lead security programs at big, diverse organizations. I can tell you at GE about a decade ago, we were doing things that you'd really call a precursor to zero trust today. So we were doing a lot of the same concepts. And so if you know anything about zero trust, you know it's not all new, but it's a way of putting together a lot of concepts that we've been doing in information security for a while. I was a principal at Ernst & Young. I worked with a lot of different firms around the world, helping to guide their programs and to improve their security programs. And then my last 8.5 years I spent at Mandiant and then FireEye. So Mandiant, some of you may know the name, was an incident response company that got acquired by FireEye, a cybersecurity kind of threat and vulnerability management company. So enjoyed my time there, but again, all through there, got to work with big security programs who were kind of working to take that next step forward. Now here at SailPoint, I'm new to the company. I've been here for just about 4 months. I lead our products team, so I lead our product management and engineering. But I can tell you through all these experiences, one reason I'm here is I was really drawn to how central identity and identity governance are to cybersecurity. And it seems that it's so central, yet sometimes a corner that we don't hear about as much. You know, the stuff that I used to do at FireEye and Mandiant, it gets the headlines when we're investigating advanced threats. And you hear a lot about kind of the hardware and the network security piece of it. But I can tell you, identity really is essential to that. And this was a place I wanted to be because I thought this was an area whose kind of time is still yet to come in security. It's so vitally important, and we'll talk about why. So, you know, there are a lot of challenges that we hear when we talk to CISOs and CIOs. And, you know, this environment gets more and more complex every day, but some things stay the same. Managing security risk is top of mind. Keeping track of compliance and the various compliance regimes that companies have to deal with. At the same time, today's security organizations are supposed to get more efficient, and they're supposed to grow into more with less. And, you know, this slide here, it almost risks looking like one of these kind of marketing slides that every vendor throws at the front of their deck, right? You've seen one like this saying, oh, things are getting worse and things are getting more challenging. But the complexity is what really blows me away, especially in the identity space. So look, you know, when I had a security program 15 years ago, or even 10 years ago, we were mainly talking about employee or contractor access to applications that sat in our data center. And we could trust that, you know, people who are on the network were generally trustworthy, and we could give them single factor access to their applications on the network. And they would write down all the passwords and usernames for those applications on a notebook that they would stick by their desk. And that generally worked. But it's gotten so much more complex now as we have partners now coming into our networks. We're now accessing partner networks on the outside. We have robotic process automation and bots that need identities. We have third parties who are involved. But this row on the bottom is what I think has gotten even more complex. It's no longer access to apps in our four walls. It's access to SaaS applications that could be sitting anywhere in the world. It's access to data warehouses where a particular identity or group might only be allowed to see one slice of the data in the data warehouse. It's about all kinds of different devices accessing from any kind of network. So really complex when you think of all these different types of identities now accessing all of these different types of resources on the network and off the network. I think it's way more complex than it's ever been before. So what's the impact of all this? Look, there's a lot on here that I won't read, but I think some of these probably resonate with the audience here. If you're part of a security program or you lead a security team, you felt like the lost productivity. And this is when you have to manually grant access for your employees and for your workers to different applications. It gets expensive, but this one in the middle, the security gaps, is one that I just see acutely. I can tell you that over the years, I've helped respond to breaches, or I've come in after a breach where the security team is trying to kind of clean up and improve their program. And in many cases, those breaches would not have been possible if the identities had been properly governed. And what I mean is, if the access had been terminated when somebody left the company, if that particular user only had access to the things that they were supposed to have access to, and not more than that. But too often attackers get in, the first thing they do is they pivot toward an identity. In fact, Verizon's data breach report that just came out a few months ago said still over 80% of the breaches they investigate start with a lost or stolen credential. And I can tell you when I was at Mandiant and we were investigating breaches, it was very much the same. In fact, we saw over 90% of breaches began with either a phishing attack or another stolen credential. So security gaps are a real concern for identities that are not properly managed. So what do we do about it? Well, this is where identity governance comes in, and identity governance really answers three questions. It's who has access to the applications and the resources and the data and the files in my environment, who should have access, and how are those people using the access? So, you know, the accounting group or the human resources group should have access to these things. Do they just have access to those things? And do all the right people have access to the things they need to get their job done? Or another way of saying it is we'll often say, you know, right people have access to the right resources at the right time. And that's really identity governance in a nutshell. It can be more complex than that, though. So I borrowed a couple of ideas here. These are from Gartner that describe what identity governance is. And you can see on the left, identity governance kind of sits in the middle of some other technologies that you're all familiar with. You know, whether it's your IT service catalog or your segregation of duties, or managing external IDs for your customers or your partners, or file-centric protection, making sure the right people have access to the right data. Identity governance really sits in the middle of those. Identity governance works really closely with access management. So access management is sort of the more well-known sibling of identity governance. And with access management, we're talking about authentication and two-factor authentication, multi-factor authentication, single sign-on, tokens that you might use to log in, and all that access logging, who logged in to a system. But I often think of this, and it's an analogy we use a lot, is you think of when you scan into your building with your badge. You scan it back when we used to go into our offices and we used to go into buildings, you'd scan your badge at the door, and that badge reader is like access management. It says that your badge is valid. It says that, that we know who you are now, and that's when that badge turns green. But then the decision to open the door or not, that's where SailPoint comes in. That's where identity governance comes in. If the badge reader is like access management, identity governance is determining who has access to what rooms within the building. So on the left side of this table, again, concepts that we're all familiar with, but things like managing the life cycle of the identity, from the first day that somebody comes to work at the company, to every job change they make, we call them movers, to those who leave the company, making sure that those identities are properly terminated. It's when you need access to a new resource, being able to request it and have somebody sign off on it. That very fine-grained authorization within an ERP system, making sure that every quarter or every year, as the regulations require, that access is reapproved or recertified by a manager, and all the reporting and analytics that comes around that. I can tell you what SailPoint's been trying to do, though, is to automate more and more of this. None of these tasks you see in this column here are fun tasks. And so we've been applying artificial intelligence with some pretty intense investments in machine learning over the last few years, so we can start to automate this process and take a lot of the very boring and repetitive pieces out of access governance. Okay, so that's access governance. Let's talk about how it dovetails with Zero Trust. So, you know, if we were all in a room, I'd say, you raise your hands if you've heard this saying of identity is the new firewall. It's kind of a cliche in security. I jokingly attributed it to someone about 10 years ago. I don't remember where I first heard it, but I've heard it a lot since then. And so someone started saying this identity is the new firewall, and it kind of became cliche, but it's really true. You know, in a world where you're accessing from anywhere, you know, our last presenters from Deloitte and Beyond Trust talked about how to, securely enable the workforce who's now working from anywhere. When you're accessing from home, from a coffee shop, applications that could be on the other side of the world, the firewall isn't relevant anymore. It's not there anymore. It's certainly relevant for some types of tasks, but for the average user, they're not going through a firewall to get to their apps. That's where the identity comes in. So the identity is that gateway now to information. So the key concepts of zero trust. The first is that nobody, whether you're in the office or sitting in that coffee shop, no one's trusted or can get access to any resources until they're verified. We'll talk about what that is until we know who they are. Next, a user is assumed to be a risk until proven otherwise. And this is a big paradigm shift from how many of our networks still work today, right? So many of the companies that I've consulted with or our customers at SailPoint, you go into the office and you plug in, a network jack, or more likely you connect to the wireless access point. Once you're on that network, you get access to a lot. Zero Trust turns that around and says you don't even get on the network, you don't even see the applications until we know who you are. Zero Trust is an approach. It's a concept. There's no one vendor that can fully deploy it. There's a lot more that's been done to codify what Zero Trust is. And if you're familiar with Zero Trust at all, you're probably familiar with Google's BeyondCorp paper that they put out several years ago. It really does a great job defining their concept, their implementation, kind of a hypothetical, but very real life implementation of Zero Trust. More recently, just in the last few months, in the United States, the NIST, the National Institute for Science and Technology, has standardized NIST 800-207 that codifies a lot of the key concepts, the foundations, and the way that Zero Trust can work. So there's a lot of effort being done to codify this, but no one vendor provides Zero Trust. It's a concept that you need to put together in a way that works for your business. And that's why we say it's a team sport. A little bit tongue-in-cheek, but the idea is it takes a lot of different vendors and a lot of technologies to implement Zero Trust. And frankly, for you as a customer, I think that's a good thing. I think there's less of the kind of the vendor FUD, that fear, uncertainty, and doubt, because there's not one thing that we can sell you to give you Zero Trust. You're going to have to be a kind of a smart consumer, a smart customer, piece it together in a way that works for your business. I think that's a good thing. So again, that concept on the left side here, you see the idea of once you're on the network, you can have access to anything in the environment. And again, not that you can get to everything, but you can see it. You can touch it over the network. And so when you're on the network, you can try to log into the ERP system or the HR system. Zero Trust really changes that. Everything is broken apart so that the identity now is sort of distinct, and the identity determines which resources you're going to be aware of, or you're going to be able to see from the outside. So we really shift from a default allow posture on the company network to a default deny posture, where we're really enforcing kind of based on a risk profile and based on, we say auth in, auth z, that's authentication, authorization policies. So as I said, there's no single vendor, it's concepts working together. And two of these concepts, two of the approaches or the implementations of Zero Trust have also been outlined by Gartner. And so I'll kind of refer to them again here. This was in a Gartner report they put out just a few months ago in the market guide for Zero Trust network access. But this is, I think, a good concept. Like there are two models they talk about, a service initiated and endpoint initiated. And these kind of correspond to the Google BeyondCorp way of doing Zero Trust. Versus like the cloud security alliances approach. And both are valid, good approaches, but they're a little bit different. But I won't go through them in a lot of detail as much as I'd like to highlight a few things in both of these models. If we take this first model here, this is a service-initiated Zero Trust network access. You'll see that an app gets registered. So there's a concept of an app in a register. And these brokers and the proxies are aware of the applications that are now accessible. So those are could be anywhere. They could be SaaS apps on the internet. Very often they are old legacy apps sitting inside a data center. But the end user device goes to connect to the broker, which is essentially, think of it as like a reverse proxy. So you can be sitting in the coffee shop or sitting at home, you're going to hit this broker, you're going to authenticate, you're going to verify the identity of the user, and then you'll be served a list of available applications. And similarly, the Glow model is somewhat similar. It's the endpoint initiating it. And you see there, the user authenticates, the identity is verified. They're then presented with a list of applications only they have access to. It's not a catalog of every app in the company. It's a catalog of apps that that user is allowed to access based on their entitlements. And then decisions made to allow access, and access is also provisioned into this gateway. The point I want to make is that you see a very heavy concept of identity here, particularly identity governance. You know, that authentication is an absolute key critical piece. That broker, the proxy that sits in the middle, and there are several vendors, you might, I think you're hearing from some of them today that can provide that piece. That's a critical piece too. But none of this would work together if you didn't have identities properly set up and properly provisioned into the zero trust environment. You got to know who has access to what. So I think it's fascinating to see as this model has evolved. You know, I started out by talking about how key identity is to effective security programs, and how I think we're just often waking up to how important identities are to a security program. I think zero trust really elevates it and puts the identity right at the forefront. So I want to hit 5 quick best practices to achieve zero trust. And there's so much that could be said here, but as I said, it's a concept that I've been kind of in and around for quite some time. I've worked with a lot of companies on this. And the first is this, you know, it's the third time I'm mentioning it in this short presentation. When I say it's a team sport, remember, it's going to require a lot of participation from your vendors that you use, but internal teams. You know, this touches on your application teams and your network teams and your identity teams. So it's kind of neat. When I said earlier, that's kind of a good thing for the customer. I think it's neat in that it sort of forces the security team can't go just unilaterally buy something. The network team can't go buy something. It's kind of forcing like the best behavior of making everybody work together. So go into this knowing that this is not going to be a security initiative or a network initiative, or it's going to fail. It really takes a lot of functions and participation from your vendors to make it work. The second is that you really do need a centralized source of truth for authentication and authorization. And this might seem kind of obvious, but it's not, because in the old model that we used to have, where we sort of that default allow on the network, you could have every application in the company have its own authentication. In fact, that's the way we did things, and many of you remember 15 years ago. And then we had single sign-on, and what single sign-on often did was like synchronize passwords. That was really common a decade ago. So each app might still be doing its own authentication, but it was the same authentication. But in many companies, even today, it's a different authentication store that, that the VPN is using versus the ERP versus the file server, right? So you have a lot of different concepts, different authentication stores, and often the pictures even worse on authorization. So many companies still kind of have an approach of once you authenticate to the app, and the app can figure out, you know, if you're in their user store or not, right? We need to make sure there's a centralized source for that, because without that, you can never serve up that list of applications that user is entitled to in a zero trust model. So I can't stress this enough. I've seen companies attempt to do it by saying, hey, let's just do federated authentication or federated authorization. That's really tough to do. This is a good opportunity to sort of get things right. It's a good inflection point to fix the identity problem in your organization before you take that next step. Third is continuously monitor. And, you know, I would say this applies to monitoring for threats. It's nice when you have things all coming through one choke point. It becomes a little more straightforward to monitor for unusual activity. But what I really mean in the identity context is constantly monitoring through your authoritative source. You want to make sure that, hey, when somebody's taken out of that or marked as terminated in the HR system, that immediately is getting yanked out of the zero trust access or authorization database, right? You want to make sure that you're always monitoring and you're looking for unusual activity, as well as making sure that users are properly dealt with when they're terminated or when they change jobs in the company. So you need a good authoritative source for that. Fourth goes hand in hand with number 3, and that's now automated. So use this opportunity to say, hey, if we're going to put in a zero trust architecture, let's make it so that when there's a change in an HR system, that will automatically adjusting entitlements, and that's immediately reflected in the zero trust architecture. So it's a great chance to automate, and frankly, it's simpler to automate at this point than it would be to automate authorization across like thousands of different apps, right? And kind of do it through one choke point. And the fifth is really start planning now with zero trust in mind. Even if you think the zero trust is still a year or two out, 3 or 4 years out, it's a good time to start planning because, as I mentioned a few times, there's not that one product. You're not going to decide one budget year, hey, this is a great time to buy zero trust. So you want to make sure when you do a firewall refresh or a VPN refresh that you keep zero trust in mind. You have a kind of a reference architecture that you want to use so that you can be buying sort of ahead of that, so you don't become obsolete in a year or two when you decide to implement that. So I'd say that applies to your network infrastructure, your firewalls, your VPNs, certainly your access management vendor who's providing your authentication and your two-factor, and certainly, of course, to your identity governance system to make sure that you have an identity governance system that can make it easier to go zero trust, not an identity governance system that stands in the way and becomes a blocker for your zero trust initiative. So, I want to just give a couple minutes about what SailPoint does. So obviously identity governance, we really focus on helping companies make identity easier. That's probably the number one thing I've heard since I've been at SailPoint for a few months. I've talked to customers. They'll say things like, this was a really complex problem. We didn't think anybody could help us simplify it, but SailPoint just came in and knocked it out. I heard from a big financial services customer, like nobody else could have made this problem look as easy as SailPoint did to solve. So we're trying to make things easy. We get brought in a lot to help accelerate digital transformation. Increasingly, zero trust is a really key piece of that digital transformation that we're able to help organizations with. We had another organization that had to go from only about 10% of their workers remote, and they had tens of thousands of workers, all of them remote. And as we all know, that had to happen just in a matter of weeks. They were bringing SailPoint to make sure all their workers had everything they needed, access to all the resources they needed as soon as that transition occurred. So we can really help you accelerate those types of processes. I think this slide's important in the context of zero trust. If you think about the things that you need to do, the things that you need for zero trust, some of these key themes that I talked about, whether it's making sure that the right users are certified to access applications, that you have the right access control policies implemented, that you're deploying analytics and we call predictive identity to make sure that you're optimizing those roles so that what we can do is go in and say, hey, it looks like this particular user has access, they look like they belong in this group, but they've never gotten the role of accountant or HR professional. If you were to clean that up, it can make identity management much more efficient and more secure. So we'll spot those types of, through our analytics and our machine learning, we can say, hey, we call it role mining. We can say, hey, we think this role is better suited for this person, or you could create a role over here and really make things more efficient. And then of course that entire life cycle. So the moment someone joins to the moment someone changes roles or is terminated, we do all of that. And then over in green, I put the access management, because of course we partner with all the big and small, pretty much every access management that you might have is sort of that initial badge reader. SailPoint can work with it to make sure that the people in your organization have access to just the resources that they need. So yeah, that's in a nutshell. We help you, get that digital transformation accelerated, lower cost. This is one thing, by the way, I love about SailPoint too, is I mentioned earlier, we don't do a lot of selling around FUD, the fear, you got to buy this, you're going to get hacked. What I love is when we go talk to customers and we implement SailPoint, they say, man, you saved us hundreds of thousands of dollars, or you saved us, you were able to take people who were doing inefficient roles and reallocate them to more important work. We're able to get that digital transformation done quicker. So I love what we do. And I'll close with a quote from Chase Cunningham, who's a Forrester analyst, kind of harkening back to what I said when I kicked this off, that I think identity is way more important to security than many of us realize. And just in a report recently, Chase said, the lesson is that managing identity and access is possibly the most important part of security, especially in a world of distributed employees. So, if it's a space you're familiar with, hopefully you know about SailPoint and give us a shout if we can help with anything. If it's a space you're not as familiar with, I hope this was useful and kind of understanding a little bit more about identity governance and how it can help you on your zero trust journey. So with that, I think we're about out of time. See a couple of quick questions. Someone said, why does zero trust require teamwork? And I would really, back when I mentioned that because there's no one product, sometimes it's nice in security, and say this as someone who's been in security for 20 years, hey, we control the front door, we're gonna implement multi-factor authentication. You just kind of got to do it. We own that project. We're going to put new email security in place because we own that domain, so we're just going to do it. Zero trust really stretches you outside of that. It's a big impact to the business, so you need to be getting business leaders, not just IT leaders involved. But also, even within IT, it's going to touch on the network team, the app team, the access management team. So I think it really is a kind of a team game in that way. And then another approach, what's the best approach to protect API traffic? That's really interesting too. And we have customers who are using SailPoint to grant access to API resources. I think that's really important to make sure you have that fine-grained authorization, not just, hey, here's an API key, here's the API endpoint, go. But we can certainly work with organizations to be more fine-grained in their approach. And there are other companies too that specialize in that. Our customers like that they can do it all under one umbrella with SailPoint. But I get excited talking about API protection, but definitely take more than the seconds I have left. That's a great question. All right. Well, anyway, it was great getting a chance to talk to everybody. I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit, and hopefully next year we get to do it in person. I get to say hello to some of you face to face. So thanks very much, and best of luck.
Thank you, Grady, for that very interesting presentation. And we also thank SailPoint for being the gold sponsor for IndoSec 2020. Thank you very much.
All right.
The next speaker is the head of security engineer for APAC from Checkpoint Software Technologies. Gary has 20 years of experience in IT industry, 18 of which have been dedicated to the security field. His experience ranges from performing audits, digital forensics for law enforcement, penetration testing to complex design and implementation of financial industry network security. He regularly speaks at industry forums, online and on television, now as a cybersecurity evangelist. Gary will be presenting the topic, Cloud with Confidence.
and even very recently attacks on organizations that were looking for a vaccine for the COVID-19 pandemic. Hello and welcome to this session where we're going to be talking about the impact of COVID-19 and what that's had on the impact on cloud security. My name is Gary Gardner. I'm the Head of Security Engineering for Checkpoint Software based in Singapore for the Asia Pacific and Japan region. So what we found is that COVID-19 has not just been a health concern for a lot of organizations. What we've seen is specific attack trends throughout the COVID-19 pandemic on remote access. So specifically around Outlook web access and where at any time that an authentication platform has been exposed to the internet. When we talk about cloud and email-based attacks, we've seen a lot of phishing attacks around corporates and with specific to other organizations such as hospitals, healthcare, and even very recently attacks on organizations that were looking for a vaccine for the COVID-19 pandemic. And also, as we've talked about, targeting with those phishing campaigns as malicious URLs and lookalike domains with related information. So Checkpoint has got a lot of research around this. We have our threat cloud, and what we have the capability to do is look at the number of coronavirus-related cyber attacks that we've seen. Now, as you can see here, there's over nearly 200,000 related corona attacks since the beginning of the pandemic earlier on this year. But we also have seen that, and the learnings that we've taken from this data is that it's not just specific to any one area around the pandemic. What we saw in the early stages was mainly around containing the crisis and cures regarding coronavirus. And then there was a reflection on things around being able to get face masks when there was panic buying. As time has progressed, what we have seen is that there's an increase in post-corona related sites around relief payments, malicious sites relating to the URLs for that and phishing. And obviously, as we've got towards more of a cure, people are looking up and doing research around that, and we are seeing suspicious applications and suspicious websites being drawn up to try and dupe people into donating money. But what we really need to do is look at how this is affecting the cloud-based systems that we have and the attacks and the way that the COVID-19 virus pandemic has changed the way that we think. Now, let's go back a few years. If we look at what Gartner said in 2015, they were basically saying by this year, 95% of security failures will be the customer's fault. Now, last year, Corona, with what we saw in Gartner, they actually came out and said, they've revised that up to say, through to 2025, what we're basically thinking now is that 99% of cloud security failures will be the customer's fault. And if we look at it from a wider perspective and we look at what we've seen with customers, the majority of cloud infections or the cloud vulnerabilities that we see are around misconfiguration. And we've even seen issues where there was a vulnerability in Microsoft Azure, which was a 10.0 CVE from Microsoft. We've even seen Kubernetes, which is a popular container orchestration system, exposed its dashboard. And that was being used by threat actors. So we see this in the news consistently and constantly, that hackers are using this to gain access to large amounts of data. But let's have a look at some well-known brands. And one of the things that all of these brands have in common is that they all have cloud infrastructure and they all have suffered a breach in 2019. Now, if we look at Capital One, probably the poster child for breaches in 2019 when it comes to cloud, the situation there was it was a misconfigured virtual machine. That misconfigured virtual machine cost the company $15 million US. Sorry, $1.5 million US. In the breaches that we saw with that. What we also saw around Docker Hub was that Docker Hub is basically a system that allows application developers to use images to put into their applications. what we saw there was that 190,000 accounts of Docker Hub were exposed, and those were used by hackers. And effectively, those accounts could be used to then gain access to systems that the application users, application developers are using. And then Facebook, there was 540 million user accounts information stolen, and that was just simply through to a misconfiguration of an S3 storage bucket in the cloud. So what we are seeing here is, even though we have large organizations that would spend millions of dollars on cybersecurity, misconfiguration is one of the key aspects of what we see as a vulnerability around that. Now, when we talk about cloud applications, what do we think about? Well, two of the most common ones that we see right now is Zoom and Office 365. Zoom, obviously, for collaboration and video conferencing, and then Office 365 for mail and applications that organizations are using. So let's first have a look at the cloud applications and have a look at Zoom. Before COVID-19, Zoom was averaging around 10 million users on its platform. Right now, after the coronavirus outbreak, it's exploded to nearly 300 million users on the platform. Now, if we take that into, we use that as a comparison, that's more than the 7 biggest leading airlines combined. So while the airline industry globally has struggled because of coronavirus, Zoom has not so much capitalized on the situation, but what it has done has been a key aspect of what customers and your customers and users are using to now collaborate because they can't meet face to face. Now, Checkpoint Research did a little bit of investigation into the Zoom platform. Now, the QR code on the top left-hand side of the screen will lead to a full blog about the research. And you can look at that on some of the QR codes. It's exactly the same on the slides coming up, where you can use that QR code to get directly to the research that Checkpoint has done. But what we found is that when scheduling a new meeting inside the Zoom platform, the only security measurement that was in play was requiring a meeting password, and that was optional. As a consequence, one of the things that we would find is that the meeting ID was just a series of numbers between 9 and 11 characters wrong. And that was really the only thing that secured the meeting ID. And what we have seen a lot of the times is we've seen a lot of people posting on social media their Zoom sessions, saying, oh, meeting so many people in the team over Zoom, and are doing a catch up. And unbeknown to them, that the URL actually has the meeting ID in it. And this became prevalent when a UK minister actually did the same as part of the government. And people were trying to Zoom bomb that session because it was actually going on live at the time. So what we found is that that's obviously not enough. So as part of our research, what we did is we found out that the response you get from Zoom was actually allowing us to determine whether or not the meeting ID was valid or not. As you can see here, it would actually print out the meeting ID. So what we did inside Checkpoint is we ran some scripts to see what would happen if we generated 1,000 IDs. Was it actually possible to predict what those meeting IDs were? And what we found is that in the testing that we did, 4% of the random numbers generated we could actually predict. 4% doesn't sound a lot, but when you think about all of the Zoom meetings going on, that's a lot of meeting IDs that you would be able to do Zoom bombing on, effectively hijacking those sessions. So we reported all of this information to Zoom. We said, okay, this is a problem for you. So what Zoom did, and they were very good, they worked with us collaboratively. They implemented a series of changes into the platform, and anyone who's been using Zoom over the last 4 to 5 months would have seen these changes coming through. The first one is the meeting password was added by default. You had to have a meeting password, and these were enforceable. They also made changes to the code on the webpage so that there was no indication of a meeting ID validation taking place, so that it was not possible to determine whether the meeting ID was legitimate or not. And what they looked at was if anyone was repeatedly scanning a request, they would block that device from gaining access. So looking at people trying to brute force access. They also made some other changes and some other good best practices that we've always recommended when looking at these kind of platforms. Is you can now say only authenticated users inside my organization can gain access to meetings. You can also enforce that if a user wants to share a screen, and we can enforce that. And that was brought about by some Zoom bombing when it was being used by schools. There was a couple of instances where hackers were actually managing to gain access to the Zoom sessions and it was for young children, and then they were hijacking the session and actually publishing pornography onto the Zoom session in front of all the kids, which is, absolutely abhorrent that they would do something like that. But that just shows you the mentality of these people. And to have a knock-on effect, there are now some organizations and some governments who will not use the Zoom platform right now until they're confident that the security measures that are put in place by Zoom are taking effect. The other one is waiting rooms. So if someone joins a session, they go into a waiting room, and then you can actually authenticate them to gain access into the session. Now let's take a look at Office 365. This came to our attention a while back when we saw this one sentence here. We lost $1 million that was transferred to us from a Chinese venture capital. So what was actually happening there? So we investigated it. As part of the investigation, we identified it was we named them the Florentine Banker Group as part of the investigation we done. And this was basically an Office 365 account. It was a business account that was subject to a compromise. And we see this quite a lot. We see this inside the Office 365 platform, again, because what we are doing is typically what would be a corporate application, either connecting through a VPN on a laptop or on a mobile phone. We are now exposing that user interface to the internet. So if we follow the timeline of exactly what happened in this attack, the first phase was phishing. So the organization themselves, the hackers, identified someone that they wanted to target, and they started a spear phishing campaign against specific individuals in the organization to try and gain access. And typically what they will do is they'll send a malicious URL as part of it. It looks like an Office 365 domain when the user clicks on it. It looks like an Office 365 web page. But what happens is when they click on it and then they try to authenticate, they gain access to their credentials. Once they have the credentials, they will log on to Office 365 themselves and do some reconnaissance, which involves looking at the emails that are being sent, gaining more information about who's who in the organization, who is the CFO, who's head of procurement, all of those things. Then they would start by setting up a conversation with the two parties, so the external party who's wanting the transaction and the internal party, and inject what was their banking details into which is a legitimate transaction. So what they would do is they would say, okay, the original request would be, here's the invoice, here's the banking details. And then they would email from the same person going, hold on a second, the banking details are incorrect, here's the new banking details. And that would allow them to then actually steal that money from the organization. And we find that they repeat this many, many, many times. They'll start off small, but in this circumstance, this was actually one large transaction. But what it does show is that once hackers are in your organization, especially when it's a cloud-based platform like Office 365, they will make sure they stay in there undetected for as long as possible. And one of the key things that they will do is they will look at a rule inside Office 365, inside the mail platform, and say, every time there's a mail sent or received from this account, forward it to a third-party email address. So they don't actually even have to stay logged in. They can actually do the reconnaissance at their leisure through this third-party email address that's getting a copy. So again, just showing you to give you an idea, when we look at the visually, we have the connectivity between the bank and the equity. The hackers basically substituted lookalike domains and put some email rules into the equity providers to allow that to happen. So let's look at some of the myths and what we talk about when we talk about moving to cloud and some of the risks that we have from moving to cloud. And the key one that I always hear from customers is, we've moved to cloud, this is going to be the end of our security vulnerabilities and our security concerns. Now, There is a model that is talked about, and not a lot of people actually understand the shared responsibility when you move services to the cloud. And we've seen in all through this year, a lot of organizations moving very quickly to the cloud. And they've done that because of the COVID-19 pandemic. They've needed either extra compute, or they're moving to remote access, and the compute they have inside the data center doesn't have the capability for all of the people that were internal to move external to the organization, so they're using cloud services to do this. And now what we're having conversations with our customers around the security aspect is we've moved all of this to the cloud very quickly, and we've been as quick as we can to meet what we need, but now we have to realize where the security concerns lie in having done that. Now, the shared responsibility model, at a basic level, if you're looking at infrastructure as a service, and it changes whether it's platform, infrastructure as a service, software as a service, is that the cloud provider is responsible for securing the cloud platform itself. So whether it's physical security around the data center where that lies, or the security of the application of the platform to be available for you to use. So when we think about confidentiality, availability, and integrity, they are responsible for making sure that it's available. As an organization that's consuming cloud platforms, it's still your responsibility for the data sovereignty, the data security, and the application security that's sitting on top of that. So to give you an idea of where Checkpoint sits and what we think about from a cloud security blueprint, there's a couple of aspects when we talk about cloud, and the one is the capability to be agile. We talk about the speed of DevOps and the speed of DevSecOps. What we need to do is make sure that we can deploy and protect cloud compute, storage, services, whatever it may be, at the speed that it is required by the organization. So we look at the capabilities to be able to provide that agility, but also provide the security. When we talk about cloud and we talk about data center, the capability to provide a security posture, the same security posture, and understand your security posture in the cloud as you would have done inside your data center. Now, we look at application security when we think about containerization and Kubernetes and all of those kind of things, the capability to look at providing security around those microservices, shifting the security left to where deployment of code is happening inside real time, inside a cloud environment, and being able to provide runtime protection and inspection around those microservices. And lastly, is looking at all of this holistically, correlating cloud traffic, where they sit, what workloads are working where, providing the threat intelligence and the threat hunting that is required around the cloud platforms, not just one cloud platform, but it has to be multiple cloud security or multi-cloud security to be able to provide this. And this is what Checkpoint is looking to do, and this is what we are doing, in fact, is looking at that capability around the high fidelity security context. Now, what does that mean? Taking all of the activity that is happening in the cloud in real time, because we know it changes dynamically, and be able to look at the security and the posture and the intelligence around that to say, this is a problem, that's a problem. And also being able to automatically remediate those problems if that's what the organization wants to do. Around advanced protection, we're looking at obviously the containers and serverless and the workloads, but also the cloud security posture management. So being able to run reports in real time on your environments across multiple clouds, whether it's AWS, GCP, Azure, or Ali Cloud, and understanding where you sit with your compliance needs. A lot of organizations have spent many, many years putting in controls in place and audit capabilities in place inside the data center to make sure that they're compliant with their local regulations or global regulations. That should not be any different inside the cloud, and Checkpoint has the capability to do that in real time for you to make sure that everything is running. Obviously, then we're looking at north-south activity, east-west activity, and being able to segment the traffic and understand what's going on. But again, around automation and orchestration, is if a workload moves around the cloud, or it moves from Google to Amazon, or Amazon to Microsoft, why would a system administrator or a security administrator have to make a change there? What we're doing is we're okay, we understand what's going on, we'll apply the same level of security, irrespective of which cloud it's sitting on. Now, a lot of conversation around clouds. What I would like to do is just talk a little bit around remote access. Checkpoint itself has a large mobile workforce. Approximately 40% of its staff is mobile. The other 60% are pretty much based in our head office in Tel Aviv. Now, the reason I mention this is this was a challenge for us when COVID-19 hit, especially in Israel. The reason for that was that our head office, our developers only have access to the source code when they're in head office, when they're actually physically in the building. So we actually had to make changes to our remote access policy and changes to our security model inside our remote access policy to allow that to happen, to allow the coders to actually gain access to remote access to the code. That had to happen very quickly. So what we did is we followed the same zero trust model that we have across all of our fleet of staff remotely and inside head office. So not only do we authenticate the user, we also authenticate the device. And based on that, we allow access to data dependent on that trust. So whether it's a developer gaining access to code, it has to be on a specific machine with a specific user gaining access to a specific portal and platform to gain access to it. Whereas me, in the field, I have access to a certain level of data based on my authentication levels. Now, when I authenticate to the VPN, I get a certain level of access. There's a certain level of trust that's given to me. If I want to gain access to any other data, then we have to re-authenticate. And we have to follow that same mentality, whether it's in the data center, whether it's remote access, and especially when we're using cloud infrastructure, whether that's SaaS or IaaS, we need to follow the same security model that we followed in the data center. And Checkpoint gives you the capability to do that. Now, what I wanted to do to finish off the presentation was share a little bit of specific information around what we've seen for Indonesia. So Checkpoint has its threat cloud, which is a large data lake of information based on incidents of compromise that we see from our mobile platforms, our endpoint platforms, our cloud, and our data center. We also take a lot of feeds in from third parties and from governments and other agencies. So what we did is I ran a report to look at what's happened in the last 6 months around where Indonesia sits compared to global trends. Now, if you can have a look here, globally, it's around 460 attacks per organization per week. Indonesia is looking at 2,289, which is a large difference in compared to what we're seeing globally. What we're also really seeing right now is the top malware in Indonesia is Emotep, which is a banking Trojan or a botnet. And that's affecting 22% of the organizations that were sharing data with us. So as you can see here, mobile banking, crypto miners, botnets, and info stealers are a lot bigger than the global average when it comes to the attacks that we're seeing. Now, we looked at the threat landscape, and I wanted to just highlight 3 of them. Mobile, we have seen this, and again, when people are moving to remote access, a lot of access to corporate information is being accessible from the mobile. And one of the really interesting attacks that we saw very recently was threat actors actually used a large international corporation's MDM, or mobile device management system, to actually distribute malware to over 75% of its managed mobile devices. So again, using an MDM to secure your mobile platforms is not always enough. You need to look at a mobile threat prevention platform sitting on top of your mobile devices to do that. We are also seeing a lot more attacks on cloud, and as I mentioned before, because a lot more people have moved to cloud very quickly, but we are seeing vulnerabilities related to Microsoft Azure infrastructure that could enable people to actually escape the virtual infrastructure that they're in and compromise other customers. And as I mentioned at the start, the pandemic, we've seen a large increase in the cyber landscape around COVID-19, and the attacks related to various aspects of the pandemic as it's moved on. Just Pertinent to the coronavirus and some of the cyber updates that we've seen, we are seeing advisories from the US and Canada and Australia to warn around Russian foreign intelligence agencies trying to use cyber operations and espionage to target COVID-19 research organizations. I won't go through all of these, but as you can see, there is a lot. And specifically, Checkpoint researchers have addressed the possible security vulnerabilities and risks around contact tracing applications from GPS tracking data and the collection of fake applications that are being used as contact tracing applications to lure victims into sharing information and stealing data from them. If we look at Indonesia specifically, what we saw was 230,000 Indonesian patient records were stolen or leaked, including some personal information. So it's just some information to share with you, but we have also identified new campaigns from North Korea targeting Indonesia as part of a campaign to spread by emails. And just looking at the trend for the last 6 months, as you can see, Indonesia is higher than the global attack trends that we have seen globally for the last 6 months. The top malware that we've seen, Emotet, is still up there, and then Ramit is the next one. Both of them are looking at banking trojans and botnets. And the key aspect that we're seeing here, and something that we need to be aware of, especially when we talk about people moving to cloud-based email services, is that the attack vectors are predominantly via email. Only 2% that we're currently seeing is via web. And you can see the difference from that from a global perspective. And then on top of that, looking at the file types that are being used to attack Indonesian customers. It's predominantly documents and executables. Again, we have the capability to secure these, to make them benign. So we have that capability. And lastly, just looking at the major malware types and trends for the last 6 months, as you can see, we had an increase in ransomware mid-April. We suspect that was related to the COVID-19 outbreak. People were actually using ransomware or COVID-19 to use phishing emails to increase the ransomware. So with that, we're just about out of time. I would like to say thank you very much. As you can see here on the last screen, if there is any more information you'd like to understand about the research that we're doing inside Checkpoint, a lot of this research actually leads to us providing and going through responsible disclosure with a lot of vendors, for the Zoom example that I used, and being able to help organizations secure their environments. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
So yes, I believe we have some questions from the audience. The first one is Zoom secure now? It's a lot more secure than it was 6 months ago. A lot of the best practices that they have put in play are now designed to make sure that when you actually start a Zoom session, that it is the people that you want to joining the actual session. The next one is, are there any additional tools to make video conferencing connections more secure? Look, they are encrypted end to end, and it's really just about making sure that no one can actually do as it's termed, Zoom bombing, is getting into the session. So just using the tools that they have put in play now is key. How do we ensure that our server, when it's moved into the cloud, is really secure? Look, there's multiple aspects to look at this. I mean, obviously, as I mentioned before with the shared responsibility model, there is a certain level of compliance and regulations that the vendor who's providing that cloud environment is going to have to meet. You're responsible for the data. So what you have to think about it from that perspective is the application that it's actually running on secure? So you can use something like a web application firewall, as you would normally do inside your data center, protect that. The next part of it is that looking at the connectivity, as you would typically do inside the data center as well. So we have tools that look at, as I mentioned before, the capability to look across the connections where the data is stored and particularly around the security controls that are in place. A lot of the time when we see incidents of cloud breaches, it is just through misconfiguration. So let's have a think about it. There are over 30 security controls on an S3 bucket inside Amazon. And if you're storing data in there, you have to make sure that those security controls are correct. So having that visibility and the compliance to make sure that all of that is done properly is key. And we have the capability to do that inside Checkpoint, where it will look in real time and give you auditable logs, and you can run compliance checks, and we can even remediate in real time if someone misconfigures something. And that's one of the key aspects when we move to cloud, is the agility of people to do this quickly. And what we see is people running up things and putting storage or compute into the wrong security containers, and they have access to the internet in raw form. So the capability to monitor that in real time is key. Tips to avoid ransomware. The easiest one is educate your users constantly. Within Checkpoint, whenever we get an email that comes from an external resource or external email address, it's marked as external, and we should be cautious when we're opening it. We have our threat extraction capabilities, so if a document does get sent to us, all of the macros, all of the URLs are stripped from it, and we get a completely benign file. It then allows us to access the original file if it is still benign once it's been checked by our sandblast, our sandboxing technology. So there are ways to prevent it, but the main one is user education, because as you saw with the stats when we talk about the attacks in Indonesia specifically, they're coming through email, and a lot of people are still clicking on emails and still getting duped into clicking on emails. So just making sure that you have that education play in place. The other side of it as well is you can put anti-ransomware technology onto the endpoints and onto the mobile platform, which Checkpoint has. We have the capability to, if ransomware does get executed on the desktop, we monitor it. We see that it's actually starting to encrypt a lot of files. We will stop that process. And what we do is at the first procedural call in the operating system to open a file, we take a copy of it. So when we know that that file is one that's been encrypted, we revert back to the previous version of that. So we revert back without the user even knowing that it's happened. And we stop the malware. And then we send a forensic report through to your security operations center saying, this is exactly what's happened. One other question here is, will encrypted video conferencing complicate the communication process? Will it increase lag? It doesn't now. Teams, Zoom, Cisco, all are doing encrypted communications anyway right now. So they all have, I guess, the same capability to do that encrypted communication. It's exactly the same if you're using WhatsApp. You're doing a video call on WhatsApp. It is encrypted end to end. So it doesn't really become that much of a concern. You will notice that the PC utilization, the CPU will be a lot higher because that's what's happening in the back end inside the PC. So it's using the PC resources to do a lot of that. And the next question is, how about the security of Microsoft Teams? Like Zoom, because of the platform that it was easy to use. Teams is actually inheriting a lot of what is happening inside Zoom as well. So much of a much, it just really comes down to whether or not you want to have, whether you want to use Microsoft Teams or Zoom. I wouldn't say either are more secure. Zoom actually has more functionality currently than Microsoft Teams, but Microsoft is catching up really quickly on that and the capabilities. I do know that there are certain customers that we speak to will not use Zoom. So we actually have both Zoom and Microsoft Teams inside Checkpoint. And we'll use whichever platform is more palatable to the customer and what they want to use. So again, it just comes down to the platform that you're comfortable with. Okay, I don't know if we have any other questions. last one. Is there any other additional tools we can use to make video connections more secure? Look, as I said, they're really just putting a good endpoint on your desktop or your mobile phone from a security perspective. But the real application problems we were seeing was Zoom bombing. So putting in passwords, ensuring that there's a lobby so you can validate who's coming in, is probably the key aspect. So actually using the tools that are embedded inside the video conferencing platform is key.
Thank you, Gary, for that very interesting question answer session and also for the very interesting presentation. I'm sure the audience will have a lot of questions and you can visit the booth and continue to ask questions. So we'd like to thank Checkpoint for being the gold sponsor for IndoSec 2020. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. It was my pleasure being here. Thank you, everyone.
So we will now have a 30-minute networking session. There are a lot of interesting cybersecurity solutions that you can explore. Just click on the exhibition hall and you will see a lot of booths. So you can select a booth and when you're in the conference booth, the exhibition booth, what you can do is you have a lot of options. You can chat with the sponsors, you can download the brochure, you can view the video. So this is the best chance for you to explore some of the top cybersecurity solutions that are out there. And also remember that we have something called as the IndoSec reward points. So the more you interact, the more you download brochures, the more videos you watch, the more points you will get. And this is also a good opportunity to network with other cybersecurity experts. There's an option that says quick networking zone. Just click on that and you can network with other delegates. You can also exchange your business cards. And if you're going to go for a coffee or maybe something to eat, make sure you do not close your window because you can come back and join the session. And after half an hour, please do click on the conference hall to come back and view some more very interesting sessions. See you in half an hour.
Secures and manages privileges across your entire landscape. Most critical cybersecurity breaches involve the exploitation of improperly managed privileges that attackers use to infiltrate and move laterally across networks. The number of privileges across your environment is constantly expanding. So how can you protect your organization from this explosion of privileges? It requires going beyond just securing passwords to a modern approach that secures every user, session, and asset across your enterprise. The Beyond Trust Universal Privilege Management Model secures and manages privileges across your entire landscape. The Beyond Trust platform enables 3 integrated solutions that drastically reduce your attack surface and windows of exposure while boosting business productivity. Privilege Password Management helps you discover, onboard, manage, and audit every privileged account, both human and non-human, and track every session. Endpoint Privilege Management grants the right privilege to the right user or application, just for the time it's needed. Secure Remote Access enables you to manage and audit privileged remote access for employees and vendors. Universal Privilege Management from Beyond Trust gives you absolute control over every privilege in your environment. Go beyond the password to secure your entire universe of privileges today. Visit beyondtrust.com to learn more.
Selamat pagi Indonesia. IndoSec is back. My name is Sudeep Ranjanjena. I am the Managing Director of TradePass. Welcome to IndoSec 2020 Live, Indonesia's largest virtual event on cybersecurity. COVID-19 has undoubtedly changed the world and tested the fundamentals of the modern economy. What will be the short-term and long-term scenarios for cybersecurity in Indonesia for the months to come? A 2-day streamed virtual strategic and technical conference will take place today and tomorrow, that is 25th and 26th of August 2020, focusing on the theme Transforming Cybersecurity for a Safer Indonesia. The virtual conference has brought together CISOs, CIOs, CTOs, Senior Information Security, Risk, Data, Forensics, Compliance, Cyber Law, and law enforcement professionals from various public and private enterprises across Indonesia, and global leaders to assess the collective measures Indonesia is putting in place to fight against cybercrimes. IndoSec Live will provide the thought leadership that will frame the future of Indonesian cybersecurity landscape and connect global organizations to define new business models and strategies pertaining to the cyberspace. IndoSec 2020 Live will include keynote presentations, panel discussions, and interactive exhibition, virtual meet with the speaker breakout sessions, networking areas, and many more. The event has registered over 1,000 pre-qualified delegates, making it the largest virtual cybersecurity conference in the country. This conference is the right platform to virtually engage and network with other cybersecurity experts, including top solution providers who offer the latest cybersecurity technologies. Please watch the video till the end to know how you can navigate seamlessly and maximize your attendance on this too. I wish you a fantastic conference.
Hi, and welcome to IndoSec 2020. A link along with a password will be sent to your registered email. Please ensure that you do not share this with anybody. Open the link in your Chrome browser. Put in your password. Now, you will virtually enter the conference venue. We will first tell you what you can do in the virtual lobby. On your left, you can see a board with options: Conference Hall, Exhibition Hall, Help Desk, Agenda, Rewards, and Event Guidelines. Click on the Conference Hall to enter the Conference Hall. Click on Exhibition Hall to enter the exhibiting area. Click on the Help Desk for any questions or queries you may have during the event. Click on the agenda to view the list of topics along with the lineup of speakers. This will help you plan your day better. Click on Rewards to understand how you could win points and walk away with exciting e-vouchers. Click on Event Guidelines to get more information on the usage of the virtual tool. Let's move to the right side corner of your screen. Click on Quick Chat to view the list of delegates, to get their information, and to chat and network. Now let's move to the help desk. If you have any questions during the event, click on the help desk and ask away. Team TradePass is here to answer all your questions at the TradePass booth. Now let's click on the lobby icon to get back to the lobby. Now let's go to the conference hall where you can view interesting presentations and panel discussions. Click on the conference hall. Now let's click on Click to enter auditorium. Click on Join as audience. Now you can view all the speakers and presentations. As an audience, you have three options: chat, Q&A, and poll. Click on Chat to chat with the speakers and other delegates during the sessions. Click on Q&A to ask any questions you may have during the sessions. Click on Poll to vote on certain questions that may be asked. Now let's go back to the lobby area. It's time to visit the exhibiting hall. Click on Exhibiting Hall. Here you will see some of the top cybersecurity solution providers. Click on the booth to enter. Once you are in the booth, there are many activities that you can do. Click on Brochure to get more information about the products and services. Click on Video to view interesting product videos. Click on May I help you if you have any questions or need any assistance. Click on Quick Chat. Click on Video Chat to have a video or audio conversation with the exhibitor. You can download brochures, videos, and business cards during the course of the event. You can view all these in My Event bag under your profile. We hope you have a wonderful and insightful experience at IndoSec 2020.
Really, the artifacts approach towards magnet forensics really has been a huge benefit to the police.
I think my favorite part about working with magnet forensics and the team is the responsiveness of the team. And everybody at Magnet has been responsive and wants to get the problem resolved as quick as possible. And in this business, that's what you need.
I think one of the greatest things in our efforts in collaborating with Magnet Forensics has really been their focus in on child safety. We've seen this directly all the way from product development to sales to support. They really focus in on helping the police find and rescue kids. And for that, we thank them.
Hai, dalam video ini kami akan memandu Anda mengenai bagaimana aksiom dapat membantu dalam beberapa investigasi Anda. Hari ini kami berurusan dengan kasus yang melibatkan pencurian kekayaan intelektual dan saya ingin menunjukkan kepada Anda bagaimana penjelajah lini masa kami dapat membantu Anda dengan cepat melihat peristiwa yang terjadi di beberapa perangkat bukti. Anda dapat lihat di sini, saya memiliki kasus yang dimuat ke aksiom examine, saya memiliki beberapa bukti yang dimuat dari karyawan yang sedang dalam investigasi. Pertama, kami memiliki citra hard drive komputer kantor karyawan. Kami juga memiliki akses ke beberapa akun cloud, termasuk Office 365, dan kita juga memiliki perangkat USB yang juga kami yakini mungkin terlibat. Saya akan mulai pada titik akhir dan melihat bukti hanya untuk sumber ini. Ketika saya mengklik tautan ini, kita akan menuju ke tampilan artefak, dan Anda dapat lihat ini secara otomatis menerapkan filter untuk item bukti tertentu. Saya akan fokus pada artefak kata dokumen karena kami sudah mengetahui dokumen tertentu yang bocor. Dokumen ini adalah master business plan.doc. Saya membuka panel detail artefak khusus ini, lalu Anda dapat melihat ada beberapa stempel waktu yang terkait yang dapat kami buat dengan lini masa kami. Untuk melakukannya, yang perlu Anda lakukan adalah mengklik ikon kecil ini di sebelahnya, Dan ini memungkinkan kami untuk mengatur filter waktu relatif berdasarkan stempel waktu tertentu. Jadi Anda dapat melihat bahwa kami dapat menetapkan rentang sebelum dan sesudah stempel waktu tertentu yang kami miliki. Dan ketika kita sudah mengaturnya, ini akan dibuka di penjelajah lini masa. Saya akan beralih ke penjelajah lini masa dan menunjukkan kepada Anda gambaran umum tingkat tinggi masa pakai file ini di berbagai sumber bukti. Sekarang saya berada di tampilan penjelajah lini masa. Kami bisa mulai mendapatkan gambaran tentang masa pakai file yang dimaksud, serta bagaimana dan kapan file itu disimpan di masing-masing sumber bukti Anda. Penjelajah lini masa mencakup tanggal dan waktu dari sistem file, serta setiap sampel waktu dari artefak yang didukung oleh aksiom. Ini memungkinkan untuk meninjau lini masa yang sangat komprehensif. Setelah melakukan pencarian kata kunci file yang dimaksud, Anda dapat melihat bahwa file tersebut dibuat di Office 365 pada bulan April di akun pengguna yang sedang dalam investigasi. File ini setelah dibuat kemungkinan telah di-email di antara pengguna. Log audit lalu menunjukkan bahwa file telah diunduh dan ada beberapa artefak sistem file yang menunjukkan sepertinya file disimpan ke workstation pengguna. Melihat jalur sumber untuk entry ini, kami dapat melihat bahwa ada referensi ke dokumen di folder satu drive di bawah unduhan pengguna. Dan hanya beberapa saat kemudian, kami melihat file ini dibuat di volume lain. Dalam kasus ini, perangkat USB yang dimaksud. Ini hanya menunjukkan betapa pentingnya untuk dapat mengikuti jalur file antara beberapa sumber bukti dan bagaimana penjelajah lini masa dan aksiom dapat membantu. Terima kasih telah menonton ikhtisar singkat ini dan silakan menghubungi jika ada pertanyaan atau komentar.
VPN to find out about Infinity VPN. Checkpoint. Secure your everything, especially
technology is connection. Technology is moving forward, sharing ideas, creating value, breaking boundaries, and unstoppable growth. In the year 2000, 3 people witnessed the turn of the millennium closely, and in it, they saw opportunity. Over the next 19 years, Sangfor grew from 3 employees to 5,000. So, who is Sangfor? And how did they grow so quickly? Sangfor is connection, security, partnership, and innovation. We supply the infrastructure, network security, and cloud computing our customers need to stay cutting edge. Where some see expense, we see value. 40% of Sangfor employees are the R&D developers who create and improve our products. With 20% of Sangfor's total income dedicated to their innovative designs. Where some see risk, we see reward. Sangfor is inspired to constantly innovate and bring new solutions to the market. Threats never rest, and neither do we. With new innovations and versions released every quarter. How Sangfor grow so quickly? Sangfor believes IT should be simple. Over 6,000 customers globally rely on Sangfor's A-Cloud HCI for their mission-critical business applications like Oracle, SAP, all on a platform that deploys in less than 30 minutes with no training required. We provide the power and protection you need when you need it. 85,000 Sangfor NGAF devices are trusted to keep customers' systems secure, helping to discover, detect, protect, and respond to security events, known, unknown, or unimagined. We are more than another set of IT tools. 50,000 customers globally rely on solutions like Sangfor IAM to maximize productivity and increase business revenue. Sangfor builds for the future, quickly becoming a globally recognized infrastructure, security, and cloud vendor. We protect. We connect. We are Sangfor.
Hai, dalam video ini kami akan memandu Anda mengenai bagaimana aksiom dapat membantu dalam beberapa investigasi Anda. Hari ini kami berurusan dengan kasus yang melibatkan pencurian kekayaan intelektual dan saya ingin menunjukkan kepada Anda bagaimana penjelajah lini masa kami dapat membantu Anda dengan cepat melihat peristiwa yang terjadi di beberapa perangkat bukti. Anda dapat lihat di sini, saya memiliki kasus yang dimuat ke aksiom examine, saya memiliki beberapa bukti yang dimuat dari karyawan yang sedang dalam investigasi. Pertama, kami memiliki citra hard drive komputer kantor karyawan. Kami juga memiliki akses ke beberapa akun cloud, termasuk Office 365, dan kita juga memiliki perangkat USB yang juga kami yakini mungkin terlibat. Saya akan mulai pada titik akhir dan melihat bukti hanya untuk sumber ini. Ketika saya mengklik tautan ini, kita akan menuju ke tampilan artefak, dan Anda dapat lihat ini secara otomatis menerapkan filter untuk item bukti tertentu. Saya akan fokus pada artefak kata dokumen karena kami sudah mengetahui dokumen tertentu yang bocor. Dokumen ini adalah masterbusinessplan.doc. Saya membuka panel detail artefak khusus ini, lalu Anda dapat melihat ada beberapa stempel waktu yang terkait yang dapat kami buat dengan lini masa kami. Untuk melakukannya, yang perlu Anda lakukan adalah mengklik ikon kecil ini di sebelahnya, dan ini memungkinkan kami untuk mengatur filter waktu relatif berdasarkan stempel waktu tertentu. Jadi Anda dapat melihat bahwa kami dapat menetapkan rentang sebelum dan sesudah stempel waktu tertentu yang kami miliki. Dan ketika kita sudah mengaturnya, ini akan dibuka di penjelajah lini masa. Saya akan beralih ke penjelajah lini masa, dan menunjukkan kepada Anda gambaran umum tingkat tinggi masa pakai file ini di berbagai sumber bukti. Sekarang saya berada di tampilan penjelajah lini masa. Kami bisa mulai mendapatkan gambaran tentang masa pakai file yang dimaksud, serta bagaimana dan kapan file itu disimpan di masing-masing sumber bukti Anda. Penjelajah lini masa mencakup tanggal dan waktu dari sistem file, serta setiap sampel waktu dari artefak yang didukung oleh aksiom. Ini memungkinkan untuk meninjau lini masa yang sangat komprehensif. Setelah melakukan pencarian kata kunci file yang dimaksud, Anda dapat melihat bahwa file tersebut dibuat di Office 365 pada bulan April di akun pengguna yang sedang dalam investigasi. File ini setelah dibuat kemungkinan telah di-email di antara pengguna. Log audit lalu menunjukkan bahwa file telah diunduh dan ada beberapa artefak sistem file yang menunjukkan sepertinya file disimpan ke workstation pengguna.
Safely and simply access the connected world. Enable exceptional digital experiences with no compromise security, privacy, and compliance. A single platform for all your identity and access management challenges for customers, employees, and things. From the simplest to the most complex to the largest scale, implement your way quickly and easily. Utilize the power of digital identity and make user experiences easy. Because we know being able to connect with everyone and everything is key to creating a successful business. ForgeRock. Access the future.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you had a wonderful networking session. And do remember to collect your IndoSec reward points. The more interactive you are, the more points you will get. And also ask questions during the sessions to all the speakers, and also when we have a panel discussion, and this will help you earn more reward points. The next presentation is by Evaldo Simon. He's the Digital Forensics Investigator for the Directorate General of Taxes, experienced in law enforcement and investigation field, focusing in digital forensics. Evaldo's background as an investigator requires him to be detail-oriented and thorough. He holds a master's degree in digital forensics with thesis focusing in Metasploit exploitation with a forensic perspective. I welcome Evaldo to present the topic, Digital Forensics, Advancing Solutions for Indonesia's Escalating Cybercrime.
Halo. Okay, thank you. Is my sound okay, Priyanka?
Yes, Ivaldo, we can't see you.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, I think something wrong with my camera. But if it's okay with you, I'm just gonna share my screen.
Sure, definitely.
Okay. Is the slides showing okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay then. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've got like 50 minutes now to probably brief you guys about digital forensic and how it can be used to advance the problem caused by escalating cybercrime. First of all, these are the topics, the subtopics we're going to go through today. We're going to talk about statistics, of course. You've probably seen some of them before. And then we're going to talk about digital forensic. What is actually digital forensic? And then we are going to talk about why digital forensic is important. And then we're going to talk about how you could incorporate digital forensic into your information security policy. Before we start, my name is Ewaldo Simon. I currently am a digital forensic investigator in Directorate General of Taxes, Directorate General Pajak. I am a digital forensic and incident response enthusiast, and you can contact me at my website, aldosimon.com, and I write my email there. And of course, before we start, I have a disclaimer that opinions that I'd shared with you today are the opinions of my own and not the views of my employer, that is Digital Tax Directorate General of Taxes. As I've mentioned before, these are the statistics of attacks. You could see that throughout 2019, we have 98 million, almost 100 million of attacks throughout 450,000 unique IPs. That's 650,000 different IPs doing attack of almost 100 million attacks. And out of all these attacks, 22,000 of them malware attack from 700 different kinds of malware, unique malware. So the statistic, the first and the second statistics are from BSSN, Badan Cyber dan Sandi Negara. They have this honeypot, honeynet project. I've had the credit in the end of my presentation if you would like to know more. And then the last statistics is about 3.2 billion US dollar in monetary financial damage in not just Indonesia, but Southeast Asia caused by cyber attacks. So I'm sure you've heard this statistic before. The point is we have huge amount of cyber attacks, cyber crime. And what are we going to talk about today is how digital forensic might help to deal with these cyber attacks. But first, you have to understand what is digital forensic. This is a definition of digital forensic by Brian Carrier. So if you want to go and Google him, Brian Carrier is one of the most known, one of the known early computer forensic investigators. So if you have read his book, titled File System Forensic Analysis, and some of his other books, or if you have used Autopsy, the computer forensic analysis tools, open source and freely available, if you want to go Google him. So it's pretty good. Autopsy is pretty good. It's been around for like, I've known forensic from 2010, and Autopsy is already on the second version at that time. So it's been around for quite some time. So Brian Carrier mentioned that digital forensic is the use of scientifically derived and proven method towards the preservation, collection, validation, identification, analysis, interpretation, documentation, and presentation of digital evidence derived from digital sources for the purpose of facilitating or furthering the reconstruction of events or helping to anticipate unauthorized action. So if you notice the words that I'm put in bold letter there, digital forensic is basically the use of method. These methods are scientific to do lots of stuff. So you can see they do. Let me just go out, get my pointer. So they do these things: preservation, collection, validation, ID, etc. So a method, a scientific method used to do these things, and in the purpose of reconstructing event or to anticipate unauthorized access. So that's the definition of forensic: ways of doing things to reconstruct events or help anticipate unauthorized access. Basically, if you've seen CSI, but only the digital part, the digital forensic part, that is digital forensic. So doing some collection and analysis of evidence using a scientific method. And usually this is what happened in the computer forensic or digital forensic process. We have basically 4 main process. That would be the collection, and then the examination, the analysis, and the reporting phase. So basically the collection is how you would collect evidence from media, that is hard drive, flash drive, mobile phone, emails, and etc. And then after collection, you would have examination. Examination phase are how you would change media that you collect into a data. So you would produce a data after you do this examination process. And that data would be analyzed to produce this information. And after analyzing that data into information, you would have a reporting phase, that is to produce evidence from all the process that we mentioned before. Collection, examination, analysis, and reporting would end up as an evidence. So this is basically a computer forensic, a digital forensic processing. So you have collection, examination, analysis, and reporting. You have media, and then it ends up at evidence. That is the digital forensic. And you might ask yourself, so, okay, then we know digital forensic, so why is it important? Why is digital forensic important in cybercrime information security point of view? So basically, digital forensic have this capabilities. So it digital forensic manage evidence, so you would be able to do evidence handling. Why do you need evidence handling? Because without proper handling, your evidence would be useless in a court of law. So if you just bring, let's say you have a crime is committed using a knife, and you handle it without a proper way of handling a knife, an evidence that you can use in court, you can't use that knife in court. The same is happening in digital forensic world. In digital world, if you have an illegal access to a website and an access log, and then you don't handle that in correct digital forensic way, then there's no way of using that in a court of law. So okay, digital forensic would do evidence handling. And then the second one, digital forensic usually deals with data recovery. So most of the crime committed, they usually ends up with some sort of data deletion, formatting, the destroying of evidence and stuff. So digital forensic are used to handling data recovery. The third one, digital forensic are used to handle huge amount of data. So you have logs from web server, you have authentication log, you have the firewall log, you have the CM log, and all those stuff. You can use them to analyze using digital forensic techniques to come up with some information that before and then afterward you can use as evidence. And then the last one, digital forensic are used to be being used as a tool of due diligence. You know, if you're doing audit, IT audit, some sort of audit, then it's normally known to use digital forensic techniques in that audit. So okay, we know what digital forensic is. Basically a tool, digital forensic for digital stuff. We know that it is important because it can do all sort of stuff. It can do data recovery, analysis, it can do evidence handling and stuff. But you also have to know that digital forensic, in terms of information security, if we're talking about security, cyber security, digital forensic have like a two different kind of digital forensic. You have the reactive kind of digital forensic, and you have the proactive kind of digital forensic. The reactive kind of digital forensic is incident happen, a site is breached, Tokopedia was breached, Bukalapak was breached, your office is breached, and stuff like that happens. And then you need to know who did that, who did the breach, why the breach was happened, the root cause analysis of the breach. That what we would call a reactive digital forensic, because incident happened, and then you use digital forensic to deal with that. But the thing we're going to talk about today, digital forensic as a proactive solution. Instead of the incident happened, you use digital forensic as a tool proactively. And how might we do that? Well, we have the thing called digital forensic readiness, DFR, digital forensic readiness. So basically, digital forensic readiness, so I kind of write it there, over there. Digital forensic readiness is the art of maximizing the environment ability to collect credible evidence. So you already have your environment, and digital forensic readiness, how it means you can maximize it, maximize your capabilities, your CM, your firewalls and stuff, abilities to collect credible evidence. So instead of doing the digital forensic after incident happened, you prepare your environment, you prepare your firewall, you prepare your blue team, you prepare your CM, you prepare your EDRs and everything to abilities to collect credible evidence. So this is what we call a proactive digital forensic. And the terminology used are usually digital forensic readiness. So it means you are ready from the standpoint of digital forensic. That is what we call digital forensic readiness. Okay, then you know digital forensic, you know how it can be used in information security. You know how it can be used proactively, but you might ask, why bother with digital forensic readiness? You know, it's not another cost, it's another policy, it's another team doing this digital forensic readiness. So first of all, cybercrime, cyber breach attack would happen. It's not the matter of, you probably heard this a bazillion times, but it's not the matter of if it would happen. It's a matter of when it would happen. So digital forensic readiness equip your team, equip your security team with better investigation. You have a better team collecting credible evidence. So you have better investigation because you are prepared using digital forensic readiness. And that in turn would have you, it will lower your costs and lower your downtime. So instead of taking the servers down for a whole full day of collecting evidence using digital forensic machine, using digital forensic tools, you would only take down probably an hour or half hour server to collect evidence because you are digital forensic ready. So yes, you would have better investigation and lower downtime, and that means lower costs and you're at your disposal, at your position. And that in turns would actually benefit you from better security posture. So with a digital forensic ready information security assets, you would basically have a better security posture because all digital forensic readiness would actually improve your security posture. Okay, then, so you know what digital forensic is, you know what it could do, you know that it has a reactive side and proactive digital forensic. You know that digital forensic proactively used proactively would help you better, have you better performance in investigation, would made you have a lower downtime and lower cost, and would make you have better security posture. Now, the question is, how would you implement a digital forensic readiness? So, of course, the first one is you need to understand the needs. This is not your needs. This is the needs of the requirements of your local law enforcement, the requirement of the rules of your country, the rules of your BSS, and the rules of your Cominfo. What kind of evidence, what kind of log need to be kept how long should the lock be kept, and so on. So you have to understand the needs in your countries, in your organization, in your place, what kind of lock, what kind of evidence, what kind of digital evidence, what kind of media we need to keep, and how long are we need to keep those things. So these are the needs. You have to understand the needs. And then after that, you have to understand the current capabilities. What are you doing now? And connect it with the needs. So you need how many locks should you keep? How long should you keep that lock? And how long are you keeping that now? And where are you keeping that now? That's the current capabilities of your capabilities. And between that two things, you would have a gap. You would have a gap. That would be the policies. These policies will cover that gap. The difference between the needs of your regulation, the needs of your local law enforcement, the needs of your organization, and you would have the current capabilities you have. You would have to produce a policy, a digital forensic readiness policy to cover that gap. And then the last but not least, I put two of them here, that is improve and implement. You would implement that policy, and then you would improve that policy, because usually you would have overlap between digital forensic readiness policy with information security. You would have changes in local law enforcement requirement. You would have different new technologies coming in. So yes, you would implement it, but you would improve that as well. So basically, you understand I think I used up my 15 minutes. Basically, you understand what is digital forensic. It's the ways of collecting evidence using scientific method, so you could use it in court of law. Why is it important? Because digital forensic had all sorts of tools and skills and capabilities of doing data recovery and analysis, of doing evidence handling. You have all those stuff. And then you understand that digital forensic can be used reactively after an incident happened. If you want to know the root cause analysis, you want to know who break in, what causing the breach, and what have been lost, and so on. You have that reactive digital forensic. But what we are talking mainly about is the proactive side of digital forensic, that would be using digital forensic readiness. So you understand digital forensic readiness is important because it would better your posture, it would lower your downtime, lower your costs, you would have better investigation. And how would you do that? You would doing by the 4 step I mentioned in the last slide, that understand your needs and what you have now, and then the gap needs to be covered using policies, and then you improve and implement that policies. So these are the credits if you want to go read further on digital forensic readiness, and some of the statistic I used from IBM, the HoneyNet project. And then if you are wondering more of a practical side of digital forensic readiness, you should read the Andrzej Pawlowski paper on 2006, and then the NIST 886, incorporating digital forensic into incident response. That is, it touched briefly on digital forensic readiness. The Artisan Farm from SlideGo, and I give you a thank you for listening to my presentation, and you can contact me there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivaldo. That was indeed a very insightful presentation, and I think all of us learned a lot. So thank you so much for that very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Up next is an interesting topic on how COVID-19 changed the cyber threat landscape. Guy joined Sancfor in 2019 as the Product Marketing Director for Security. Previously serving as the Director of Threat Intelligence and Web Security Product Management for NS Focus, he has over 30 years of experience in sales engineering, technical product design, technical marketing, and business development. Guy is a leader and groundbreaker at the crux of a dynamic cybersecurity industry. I welcome Guy Roosevelt, the Director of International Product Marketing from Sancfor, to share his insights. Guy, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Hi.
Yes.
Thank you for attending my presentation. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a good time at the conference today. We're going to talk a bit, as they said, about how COVID-19 has changed the cyber threat landscape.
Guy, you're on mute again. If you can just unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm not sure how I keep muting all the time. That's really weird. Okay.
I think you can start over. Yeah.
Okay. As I was saying, we're going to talk about three things, but the most important thing right now is, you all heard about COVID. You had heard about COVID-19 earlier. Everybody talks about COVID. You've seen lots of things in the media. You've seen lots of other security vendors talk about COVID. The entire world turns around COVID. We know that's there. We know it's done a lot of bad things. But interestingly enough, there have been some good beneficial effects in cybersecurity because of what happened with COVID. And we'll talk about it here in just a second. So the first thing we'll talk about is how it's changed how we implement cybersecurity. Okay. Now, there's a thing called digital transformation. And digital transformation is basically organizations that are changing their processes, updating the way they do business, update their internal processes, their external process with customers, whatever they do, to take more advantage of not just technology, but new and emerging technologies like the cloud, like mobile applications and such. What's interesting thing about COVID-19 is most of the organizations, about 70% of the organizations around the world, have a strategy of how they're going to do digital transformation that was usually like a 5-year plan, anywhere from a 2 to 5 year plan. What actually happened with most of these organizations is they took this 2 to 5 year plan and they had to implement almost overnight because everything they did got shut down. All their company offices got shut down, and they had to move as quickly as possible to digital transition. And the way you can see this is, if you look at the amount of money that was spent globally on doing digital transformation in terms of updating their processes, using new technologies, you find out that last year in 2019, we spent around $284 billion. This year, thanks to COVID-19, it's estimated that globally we're going to spend in excess of $3.4 trillion. This is money that people have been planning for years and years and years, and then they had to move up front. Now, the downside of doing this very quick jump into digital transformation is they spent a lot of their budget for the year in 2 months, in March, April of this year, because they had to make all these big changes. So all of a sudden now, as we get close to the end of the year, you're going to find a lot of IT organizations that are going to be without any budgets to be able to complete projects that they had scheduled for this year, because all the things they want to do for COVID-19 took higher precedence. And this may actually impact your budgeting over the next several years too. Now, the big thing about accelerating digital transformation was the redesign of business options, right? Because the idea was, how do we update legacy processes, how we do business now, and we can do better automation, because all of a sudden now I had to send people home. I've got nobody in the office. There's nobody managing servers. What can we do to streamline everything so you can run more efficiently with a smaller organization, less resources, and potentially the ability to have less resources on premise, because a lot of buildings were shut down. Power was shut down, servers were shut down, and they had to do other types of things. A lot of people now went to work from home. I'm sure a lot of people in this audience are currently attending this from home because we had no choice. My company did the same kind of thing, as we had to shut down for almost a month. The entire office was done. Everybody had to start using SSL VPN to work from home. We started taking advantage of video conferencing, and it changed a lot of ways that everybody did business. The interesting thing about this with the work from home is we see now that 70% of employers that have implemented work from home in the last months are going to continue offering some version of work from home to their employees because they found some benefits from that. We'll talk about that in just a bit. And the last major trend that we did in terms of digital transformation was moving to the cloud. Again, people had plans to be able to move to the cloud and start taking advantage of services, Office 365, security services, other types of things. And then all of a sudden they found out, oh, we need to go do this now because again, I have no office. It had to be shut down. I have no people to maintain my servers in the office. What do we need to go do? So all of a sudden there was a big shift. About 40% of the organization shifted to the cloud within 3 months of this year. That's a very, very big statistic. Think about that 30% of most organizations around the world all of a sudden shifting their operations into the cloud, changing the way they did their business operations. That's a huge, huge impact. And it was done very quickly, but in some cases, it wasn't thought out as well as it could have been. And I'll talk about a case on that later. So with COVID-19 comes sufficient planning. This is one of the things we're talking about. So there was this global insurance company that had a 5-year digital transformation strategy. They were getting ready to do a lot of things in the cloud. They're getting ready to update their architectures and do lots of things. This is a global multinational company. In March of 2020, all of a sudden, they went from the work from home user to over 50,000 users having to work from home. I mean, that's a big transition that happened virtually overnight for this company. But then they found out when they started trying to implement work from home that only 2,000 of these users were actually to have work laptops. Everybody else who was in the office and use their computer at their desk. They didn't have the ability to use work laptops. You go home now, and now they've got computers at home that the company had no control over. And some people didn't have laptops at home. They have a very authorization that said, buy laptops for all these people. And that was a huge expenditure that had to be done overnight to be able to deploy all these laptops in a very short period of time, get them configured and set up. Then they found out once they got all this stuff deployed to all these people working at home, they only had 5,000 VPN licenses in their inventory. So now they had to turn around and figure out how we're going to do this. They had to now go out and get another emergency authorization to buy an additional batch of licenses. Because again, now I've got all these people, they're getting ready to work from home. We give them laptops, and boom, they're sitting there not being able to do anything because they couldn't have access to the corporate resources. Once they purchased the additional VPN licenses, and everybody started to log in, check their email, and do what they go do, boom, they found out that the corporate internet crashed because the corporate internet had bandwidth for about 3,000 VPN users, and they automatically saturated at 9 o'clock in the morning. Actually, every day is different. The world kept logging organizations and doing stuff. So now they had to go out and figure out how we're going to increase bandwidth, which was actually a little more difficult because they had to go out and get pricing from vendors, emergency services and stuff. And this is all these things I'm talking about all happened within the space of about 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Once they were able to settle down and they were able to get up and running to a at least a functional state, they came to realize that their current infrastructure was not going to work. They couldn't support all these people remotely with their internal servers, with the internal application servers, and they had to shift to Office 365 to be able to offer a more robust way of giving people access to applications, to be able to have access to mail, and make sure that they had reliability because they couldn't afford to have any of their servers go down, especially when they're processing insurance claims during COVID-19. Now that they've had a couple months to work with this and they've worked out the bugs, it's been very, very successful to them. They've got operations up running. They're probably close to around 75, 80% back of full capability based upon what they're able to go do, which is very, very nice. And they found out that their employees are more productive. So they're going to allow at least 50% of employees working from home in some capacity, either part-time or full-time, which is a great thing. And one of the things that they discovered immediately was a significant reduction in operational costs because now all of a sudden, since they're now working half their work from home, they actually close down floors of offices they're not using, or they give up office space in remote locations no longer using, which makes it easier for them to do stuff. So there was a huge savings in operational costs in terms of O&M, rent, and such. So again, organizations did find a benefit from doing this. But then, as we see all these organizations that are from home, we now figure out that all the bad guys have figured out we're taking advantage of work from home. Now, what they want to do is take advantage of us. What are the things that happen with cyber threats that change to take advantage of COVID-19? Well, if you look at just Q1 of this year, there was a huge increase in spam. And the most important thing about the increase in spam, I'm talking about 2% increase in spam just in February to March of this year. And most of these things were all now tailored towards some way of looking at COVID-19 related issues. They're trying to prey on people's fears, especially in less developed or less cyber cognizant countries around the world. And this became a huge issue. And even the United States was one of the biggest places in the world that suffered from a lot of cyber threats that occurred based upon increase in spam and phishing and such. And one of the biggest reasons why this is an issue is we talked about people automatically had to implement working from home. Okay, so they started implementing from home. They couldn't get access to their email servers. They're using their home computers, which may or may not have decent antivirus. All of a sudden now they have to turn on SSL VPN to get their organization. And you have people in the house that may be using other computers. They may be using a tablet. They may be clicking on a mobile device. It is. And they may be infecting something in the house. Once that other device in the house is infected, it now goes out looking for other devices in the house to infect, including the laptop that the worker is using to connect the VPN back to house. So now that system is being infected, and that is now sending the ransomware with a direct connection or malware direct connect into the organization through the VPN. I mean, there's just a straight pipe. And all of a sudden now other parts of the organization are getting infected really quickly from this because they didn't have time to think about how to protect the home workers using their own bring your own devices. And that was a big problem. Then we saw things like the applications they were using were not really set up securely in terms of making sure that people accessed them correctly. People didn't do bad things so that they had passwords set properly. You know, Zoom was a big thing. There were Zoom vulnerabilities that were discovered, and we saw Zoom bombing where people breaking into conferences and doing a lot of bad things because it hadn't been designed this big, this quickly. When we talk about phishing and spamming, you know, they started out leveraging things like, oh, we know there's a shortage of masks worldwide. So they would target countries and say, hey, we've got ways, you can buy masks from us. And you click on this link and boom, you've downloaded malware, you've downloaded ransomware, you've downloaded a whole bunch of advanced persistent threats into your home computers to do lots and lots of bad things. And they found out in the first quarter of 2020, for example, there were over 1,400 malicious COVID-19 related domains that were registered that were just used for the purpose of trying to get people to click on the link and being able to download bad stuff. And then an interesting thing happened. A lot of these cyber threats evolved in a very different way. Traditionally, most spam, most phishing is in English, and they target English speakers using English speaking companies as the front. What we saw all of a sudden now was a big increase in phishing emails that were now tailored into local languages like Japanese, or Italian, which means these cyber threats became more sophisticated. They knew that they had a bigger audience that they could target, and it became more advantageous for them to customize these things to localize these emails so they could get a better response to getting people to click on bad things because the more people working from home in that particular region. And then, of course, there's always people that were looking to see what's the status of COVID-19 around the world. And one of the most popular places people would go to would be Johns Hopkins University in the United States, which was tracking COVID-related illness worldwide. That provided this really great dashboard that showed you the progression and spread and how well different organizations around the world were handling COVID-19 infections. Well, Eastern European hackers got smart. This is what we can do. We offer you a way of sending out to people that you are John Hopkins. And then they'll click on your link coming to you to look at your dashboard, and then they'll be able to download all sorts of malware and all sorts of ransomware and be able to take over the systems and do really bad things, turn the botnets and stuff. Here's the really scary. Oops. Is that the custom version of the map that you would embed with the malware, so when people click on the map and automatically download stuff, only cost the attacker $200 to implement. That's what they would do. They just turn all the software, give it to them for $200. But you know, because this was not real John Hopkins University software, and it had some illegal code in there, Chrome, Firefox, Internet Explorer, we're going to be able to find the bad things in there and say, you know what, this is not authentic JavaScript, we're going to block this. Well, for an additional $5, you could purchase a Java code science certificate that spoofs a real organization so that it would look like real code to the browser, and they would never show the user that this was a fake site. And this became huge. There were tens of thousands of people that were taken in by this fake dashboard and were infected all around the world. Just to give you an idea, in the first quarter of the year, some of the subjects you see in these phishing attacks that were used to download malware and then eventually ransomware were things like, you know, fact sheets about COVID-19, medical supply sales, again, looking for disinfectant, looking for masks, looking for medical treatment type stuff. Shipping notifications, oh, we've sent you something here, we sent you a list of masks. I didn't order any masks, why am I getting masks? You click on that and you open the manifest and boom, you're infected with something. Donations to fake charities trying to get you to send money. And then, you know, how to work from home. We know you're working from home now. You don't have all the tools you'll need. Install this software and you'll be better at it. And then boom, people are doing a lot better. So there are a whole bunch of things that are being used to target COVID-19 users to infect with malware, advanced persistent threats. Now, why this becomes a big issue is, you know, historically, if you look at what's been going on worldwide, even to this day, and 91% of all cyber attacks begin with a phishing email or clicking on a bad link. Well, in the first half of 2020, we saw a 20% increase in ransomware attacks. There was actually a decrease in ransomware attacks. There was a surge, and then it went down, and then all of a sudden it surged back again towards the middle of the year, back in May and June. But yeah, by the end of the first half, there was a huge increase in ransomware attacks globally. And what you find then is the average cost of a ransomware attack per hour during downtime was about $8,500 per hour is what it would cost for each hour an organization was down. And the longer it took them to deal with the ransomware and get back up and running, the more expensive it became. Okay, and we're talking about organizations that had their servers infected in the office, but all the IT personnel, all the cybersecurity people were at home and couldn't go into the office because they be under quarantine. It took longer to try and solve some of these ransomware issues. If we look at the 11 biggest attacks that have happened so far in 2020 up until today, it has cost companies in terms of ransom, downtime, productivity costs, ancillary costs. It has cost organizations so far today over $144 million in losses related to just those 11 largest attacks. And there have been hundreds of smaller attacks that people don't know about. The bad thing is you can't trust the people that you deal with from ransomware. If we looked at January, we saw that the first time COVID-19 was seen internationally, saw it in China, it became the epicenter. February, we see COVID-19 had started spreading west. In the middle of March, all of a sudden, it became the pandemic epicenter. Italy was the #1 place, right? But the thing that happened about this was within a week, we had 200,000 cases globally, and it's 12 days, which was twice as fast as what it took to get to 100,000 cases in the first part of the year globally. And now we're at tens of millions of cases worldwide, which is really, really bad. But here's the thing. All of a sudden, hackers started going after healthcare organizations, especially those related to fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. So you'd have a lot of medical facilities, research facilities that be hit by ransomware, and then they had to stop working, stop trying to understand what COVID-19 was, stop working on a vaccine. All the systems went into ransomware. Well, a lot of these organizations got together and said, you know what, we promise we'll give you guys the keys back. We promise not to attack any more healthcare organizations with ransomware because we know this is a bad thing to go do. And yet, within a week after that, Maze, the organization was Maze, they went ahead and they attacked a vaccine test center. And the first thing they did was they published a lot of personal information or private information online to show that they had the information from the ransomware to try to coerce the test center into paying the ransom. So again, even though these guys promised they'd be good citizens during the middle of the pandemic, you can see you can't really trust their word. Okay, so now that we've seen that ransomware has gone up, malware has gone up, people are taking different avenues of trying to attack organizations, especially people who are working from home. And again, we're talking now, 50% of the world is probably working from home in some capacity today. How do we fight this? Well, fighting the pandemic, I've heard a lot of doctors say this recently, especially here where I live in the United States. Okay, there's two fronts you have to fight. There is the scientific front, which is how do we attack and solve the problem of the virus itself. And then there is the problem of how do we deal with users that are getting infected, people who are getting infected by the virus. And as you can see, I'm sure you've heard in the United States, our numbers keep going up. We don't have a good control of what's happening here. And we're seeing tens of thousands of cases every day in the United States. It's not getting better here, which makes us look bad. So and I heard one doctor say this is, we can have medical science can find a cure and a vaccine will eventually be created that will hopefully control the virus. But the bigger issue is we need to be able to change human behavior. How do you get people to do social distancing, to wear masks and all that? And this is really funny because this may be unique to the United States. I've seen, Asia, I spent a lot of time in Asia, wearing a mask is not a problem. I see in EMEA, people are becoming more stringent about wearing masks. And well, here in the United States, there's an issue with personal freedom. Being told you have to wear a mask offends and impinges on someone's freedoms, so they won't do it. And as we found out here is you can't fix it because there's always somebody that's not going to go out and affect other people. So as is with COVID-19, make sure you do whatever you can to protect yourself, social distancing, wear the mask to make sure that you don't get affected by other people as well as not affecting others. But how this relates to a cybersecurity perspective is, hello. Okay, the problem with this is we have all these cyber threats that are coming down towards workers from home and organizations that have not implemented work from home strategies and these new these new cyber operations securely. So we have to figure out how to be able to use better cybersecurity common sense. And here's the thing. Nothing I'm going to tell you is new. This is all common sense. This is all stuff you heard before. But for some reason, people think it's related to COVID-19. It must be different. It must be a worse way of doing things. How are we going to stop all this stuff? Well, if you stop COVID-19 by wearing a mask, washing your hands, and doing as simple as staying 6 feet apart from somebody else, social distancing, then you can just as easily maintain good cyber hygiene and reduce the amount of attacks that are happening within your organization if you think about the right thing. So Interpol came out earlier this year with a very nice graphic that is a cyber safety checklist. And again, if you look at everything that's on the cyber safety checklist, almost everything here is not new. Backup online and offline files, regulating security. Keep them offline so that any infected systems from ransomware can't go out and find your backups infected. That's one of the biggest things with new ransomware is they can find online backups and they can infect them and they can encrypt them. Keep your backups offline or in the cloud where they can't get to. Strengthen your home network. Okay, people are working from home. They don't realize that they have all these IoT systems in there. They've got TVs hooked up. They've got Xbox hooked up. They've got Google Nest thermostats in their house, wherever it is. All these things are insecure. Home routers are one of the most insecure devices that can be hacked regularly. It's a scary thing. So to make sure that you take care of your home network and practice good cyber hygiene. Make sure that the other systems in your house are not infected so that your working from home, your work from home laptop from your company doesn't get infected and it doesn't send something bad down the VPN directly to the organization to other people. Strong passwords, that's a simple thing. Keep all your software updated. The nice thing about working from home type stuff is because using cloud-based services, they automatically do get updated. But again, are you updating your iPad? Are you updating your child's laptop or other kinds or Chromebook, whatever they're doing? No, and if you're not doing that, they could potentially get hacked in it because they're clicking on a bad link or they're clicking on a spam email. Implement zero trust policies. This is something organizations don't understand and haven't really done, which is, I trust everybody in my company. I am going to allow them to have access to everything. That is bad. That's what happened to Twitter. I'm sure you've heard a few weeks ago, Twitter was attacked and several very, very prestigious accounts such as Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton, and a few other people, their Twitter accounts were hacked because somebody within Twitter basically was convinced to click on something bad. Their system got infected, and they were able to give out the credentials, the admin credentials that controlled access to the systems that control these verified users. Well, what does zero trust have to do with that? Well, it turns out after an analysis, it is possible that there are a lot more users at Twitter that had access to these servers that shouldn't have had, which means that any of them could have been infected, any of them could have gave their credentials up, and this could have been a bigger issue. So what zero trust means is only allow people to have access to the systems that absolutely need it. Not everybody needs to have access to all the legal servers or to all the R&D servers or to the CRM servers, the customer management servers. If you don't need to have access to customer management, don't give them an account, right? That way they can't get on there, they can't download all the customer files and then exfiltrate them out to the organizations. Okay, and this is even more important when you're working from home because since I can't control what happens on the endpoint at the far end, I really need to make sure that whoever is using the system remotely, especially when they're using remotely, they can only access very specific servers, very specific files, very specific services to ensure that if they get hacked, they don't do damage to anything else in the organization. This means you need to check the privacy and security settings of both your servers, your systems, and the systems on the other end. And you may have to force the user working it from home that they have to check the privacy and security settings of all the systems around the house to ensure that, again, they're at least secure enough to try to minimize being attacked. Excuse me. And, the basic thing, don't open an email you don't know where it's from. If it's too good to be true, don't email. If you get an email from somebody you know and it has attachment, contact that user, ask them, hey, did you send me this attachment? To make sure that their email wasn't spoofed and bad things didn't happen. I mean, these are all very basic, simple things that you need to go do. And we don't even talk about the fact that people from home, they may not, they're using their bring your home to work devices on their phones, Android devices, on their Chromebooks. Install antivirus, install security software on every device that you can. Look at your router settings. Make sure that you've disabled the ability to access the router from the internet side. You can only access the router from the internal side. Okay, so that, and you can actually even set specific IP addresses internally that can access the router to ensure that in case the system infected, it's not going to be able to try access the router, infect the router, and then do other bad things. So what I'm showing you here is nothing new, nothing original. But it's all a matter of common sense, but you now have to apply the common sense in a way you didn't before, because when I work at home or I'm doing stuff at home, I don't think about work. Now I'm directly attached to work with VPN, or service to the cloud through software gateways and such. I need to be more at home becomes more important and can directly impact not just my work, but hundreds of other coworkers around me globally. And that's a very, very big problem. Okay. And with that's the end of my presentation. So my big thing is, folks, thank you for listening. Wear your masks, social distance, take good care both at home and do proper hygiene. And when you're working from home, we want you to practice proper cyber hygiene as well. Okay. Now let's see. Let's talk about some questions here. Has the presence of COVID-19 caused damage to the planning that has been built? Yes, it has. So as I said, you look at some of these organizations who had these 5-year strategies, and they had short-term projects they were doing, and they were probably adding new remote offices in, or they were upgrading servers and stuff. Now all of a sudden they had to take all that money and they had to buy new firewalls. They had to buy new SSL licenses. They had to buy new laptops for people working at home. All of a sudden, these other systems that were projects they had to do, all of a sudden the funding for that went away. Now they're on permanent hold because, again, is there any budget left for the rest of this year? So we've seen a lot of organizations had to quickly reprioritize. And it's also forced them to do something else that they haven't normally done. And there was a study that was done recently, which I can, if you contact me offline, I can show you the study, where they talked to CSOs, and they discovered that in the last year, the majority of organizations have not really updated their spending priorities and their 5-year strategy because they thought everything's going to be okay. Because of COVID-19, it's caused them to do a whole lot of soul searching, a whole lot of reassessment of everything, to look at their spend priorities, not for just this year, but what are they going to have to do for next year to either cover the shortfalls of things that happened this year, or how are they going to have to fix some of the issues that they came up with as they deployed a lot of these services quickly and not as securely as they needed to. They're going to have to go back and fix a lot of things. Yeah, it is severely impacted the planning, and there may not be enough budget going to next year based upon the current priorities, as they were, a lot of budgets for next year were already getting set in stone by mid-year. So they're going to have to reprioritize, rebudgetize, and find money for next year and probably farther out. What is the important aspect towards digital transformation? Okay, digital transformation is not just taking something, I'm going to put it in the cloud and do it this way. You can't just say I'm going to put something in the cloud, or I'm going to automate something and make it work. That's not a way for success. That's a plan for failure. You have to sit down and think about who's going to use it, how they're going to use it, how do customers use it, how do people use these systems, when are they going to use them? Do I have people different parts of the world? And do I have people that in the West are going to be using it certain times of the day, and people in the East using it different times of the day? How is it going to affect my load factors? How am I going to be able to handle access? Because I've got organizations that shouldn't be sharing files now. They're going to have to share files. How do I do that in a secure manner? I've got some kind of bastion that allow two organizations that don't normally talk to each other now have to share information and ensure that they can't do bad to each other. So the most important thing is, as I showed you what happened with that insurance organization that had to do this very, very quickly, is planning is key. Sit down, not just plan what you want to do, but you need to do some game theory. Think about worst case scenarios. What if I had a user that did this? What if I had a vendor that did this? What if I had, another COVID-19 situation and the world had to change, or, a disaster recovery? Sit down and figure out some of the worst case scenarios that are going to happen, and then plan for those. And when you build for those, something like this becomes very easy to be able to deal with because you already have that in your playbook. Let's see. Can we use AI technology to prevent and detect cyber attacks? Yes. There are a lot of companies that have a lot of security tools and a lot of operational tools that are now using AI to be able to detect anomalies, to detect misconfigurations, to do threat hunting and other kinds of stuff. Safer has a large suite of products that do that. If you want to contact me offline, we can talk about those. But yes, but at the same time, even though there's a lot of technologies that use AI, AI means different things to different people. So you might have basic or moderately intelligent machine learning, which would be called AI. Okay. You might have a system that has 13 different AI algorithms built into it, which could be very intelligent, but the learning mechanism that was used and the data sets to teach them may not have been adequate, in which case they may be able to find certain kinds of attacks that you train them for, but may be very poor at finding certain kinds of zero-day attacks because you didn't give them enough data to look at that. So yes, there's a lot of AI technology out there. I suggest you go and explore it. I suggest you go and see what's out there that would be beneficial to your organization. Don't just deploy and say it's going to work. You need to sit down and, again, you need to test it. You need to say, well, what if this happens and this happens, this happens? Will the AI be able to find it? You know, test the AI, be able to run some scenarios, run some attacks on your own organization. You get pen testers to come in. You can run vulnerability scans. You can do all sorts of things to be able to try and fool the AI and see how well it does in terms of finding things within your operation. And then based upon that, determine if that AI is going to be adequate enough to help you do what you need to go do. Okay. And with that, I think that's the end of my time, end of my questions. I thank you all. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guy, for that very insightful presentation and for all the advice and all the warning. I think especially during these times, it's very important to be safe and secure and to ensure that you don't get into unnecessary cyber attacks. So thank you so much for that, for telling us to take care of our email, to ensure that we don't click on links. So very insightful. Thank you, Guy. And thank you, Sanfa, for being the gold sponsor for IndoSec 2020. Thank you.
Yeah, come to our virtual booth. Come visit us.
Yes, do visit them after the conference. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So the next presentation is on the topic, Dig Deeper, Acquisition and Analysis of AWS Cloud Data. Trey Amick is a forensic investigator with a background in both law enforcement and corporate investigations. As a detective with the Rock Hill Police Department in South Carolina, Trey was sworn as a deputy United States Marshal and supported the U.S. Secret Service Electronic Crimes Task Force. Previously, he served in roles in both patrol and professional standards. Trey is currently a forensics consultant at Magnet Forensics, where he assists in the development of Magnet Axiom and provides skill support to customers with his combined knowledge of Axiom and digital forensics. I welcome Trey Amick, manager of Magnet Forensic Consultants, to present this topic.
Both AWS and Azure, and really, how popular they've become. But we're going to dig in deep as far as being able to acquire the analysis from those environments as well. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and we'll just do quick introductions here. So my name's Trey Amick, manager of forensic consultants here at Magnet. I joined Magnet just around 2 years ago. My background is a little varied and coming from both law enforcement as well as corporate investigations, spending time doing insider threat and education and awareness as well. And then previously worked at Apple and did some intelligence work overseas. So that's kind of me in a nutshell. Feel free to add me on social media, my email address. Happy to answer any questions that y'all might have, or if y'all ever need anything. But with that, I'll let Curtis introduce himself as well.
Yeah, thanks, Trey. I joined Axiom a couple years ago as well. I've been doing kind of product management across a variety of industries for about 10 years now. So still lots to learn in this space. I've really enjoyed some of the sessions over the past couple of days. It's been a great learning opportunity for myself as I continue to sort of expand my knowledge in this space, and look forward to presenting here.
Excellent. So moving right along. So today's agenda, obviously we've got a short window, but we're going to try and cram as as much information into it as possible, but today we're going to get started by highlighting some of the trends of cloud data and how investigations are being impacted. Many organizations have already migrated to either hybrid environments of being both in the cloud as well as on-prem, but we're going to also look into how we're reviewing two of AWS's most used services, EC2 and S3. Curtis is then going to walk through how Axiom Cyber can assist in some of these investigations that rely on collection and analysis of data from the cloud. And then lastly, we're going to wrap up by discussing forensicating in the cloud, both with automation and orchestration. So that's kind of our presentation today in a nutshell. So that being said, we're going to kind of move right along here into some of the trends that we're talking about. And 1 in 5 organizations are going to lose more than $1 million a year to fraud. And when we're talking about cyber crimes, it's important to recognize the real costs that are incurred by organizations due to these attacks. IBM actually put together an in-depth study on the cost last year, and like I said, found 1 in 5 organizations losing $1 million to fraudulent activity. The average cost then breaking down of a data breach was calculated at nearly $4 million. And really, in my opinion, I can only see that doing nothing but going up from there. So definitely something that we need to be aware of. And as investigators, we play a little part as far as being able to do the exams at the end and being able to have that root cause analysis breakdown so that we can fix these issues. But definitely something, just to kind of level set with where we're at in the organization right now. Oops. So when we're talking about, why we picked AWS, why we're going to start with this conversation. Obviously, AWS and Azure really make up 50% of the cloud. There are a ton of other, cloud environments, whether it be Salesforce or Oracle, but really AWS and Azure are kind of the backbones. And with AWS and Azure making up that bulk of the public cloud sector, it's imperative that forensic, examiners have means of completing investigations when those needs arise. With revenue targets, set to exceed $100 billion this year, and the market doubling in size in the last 3 years, cloud investigations are definitely here to stay. So as mentioned before, many companies have already gone to hybrid environments or are fully in the cloud, but we've got companies like Adobe and Airbnb and Slack and Netflix that are really relying heavily on the AWS infrastructure, for their operational needs. So definitely, as investigators, we need to continue growing to support the needs of all these businesses. So we're going to start off with just high level with AWS, kind of a quick review, because obviously not every organization, is fully adopted, cloud environments yet. So we're going to kind of start high and then start digging in from there. With that, let's talk about the infrastructure of AWS. Obviously, it's broken down. We have regions, we have availability zones. There's a lot of redundancy, which is fantastic, and one of the reasons many people do switch to the cloud environment. But our focus today is going to be on the services that are residing outside your walls. We've seen massive amounts of adoption with cloud applications, to support nearly every facet of our day-to-day lives. As I mentioned earlier, like with Netflix or Twitter. And, a lot of these applications can hold enormous amounts of data that can be really relevant to our investigations. So we need to, understand how we can work within these environments to grab that data. All data flowing across the AWS global, network interconnects at data centers and regions and is automatically encrypted, at the physical layer before it leaves those secured facilities. Organizations can build on that secure global infrastructure. However, we know too well, when we have mishaps, like misconfigured firewalls or that data that's not properly being secured, what happens? We have breaches that happen. And, as did with Capital One, last year with, 100 million records being stolen just based on something very, easy in terms of just that misconfigured firewall. So, that's really where having tools and technology can help expedite your analysis, can really benefit for organizations. Next, let's talk a little bit about the AWS security, since I kind of already mentioned it before. Very similar to NIST framework of, identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. AWS security is risk-based, so it allows for organizations to determine the appropriate level of cybersecurity, for their individual risk assessments and requirements, and really their business objectives. As many of you are aware, there are quite a few of AWS services kind of listed on the right-hand side of the screen here that really help secure and protect your data in the cloud. Things like AWS Shield or AWS CloudTrail as well. So definitely, areas that we all as investigators need to learn a little bit more about as we are doing more and more investigations in cloud environments. Next, we have the AWS shared responsibility model. And, I like how this is broken down as far as we have the customer responsibilities and then what AWS's responsibilities are when it comes to cloud environments. So let's kind of break this down. As mentioned before, that the customer data with the client-side data encryption is left up to the organizations using AWS. It's up to our organization's cloud engineers to then secure our services, while AWS is more responsible for the infrastructure of the cloud, ranging from data protection with the data at rest to, the fundamental services it's offering, their customers, like the computing power of EC2 instances, and storage with S3 buckets. So I really, like I said, like the breakdown of this, leaving AWS to respond, to their regions and their availability zones and how their networks are, working versus, the customer's responsibility where it comes to protecting their customer data and the client-side data encryption. So let's start looking at some of these services a little more closely. So we have the AWS S3 buckets, and this is just a very simple overview here. But essentially, when we are talking about S3 buckets, just think of it as a bucket that you can literally put any sort of object into. Objects can be any type of data. Structured data files, like your databases, or unstructured data like logs, text files, photos, videos, or we can have a cross of semi structured data such as JSON or XML files. When creating new buckets, it's important to remember though that a new bucket is actually set to private by default, and then bucket policies need to be applied to provide access to those objects. S3 allows each bucket to be up to 5 terabytes, and to facilitate faster upload of some of those larger files, multi-part uploads options is an option for us. And once again, we need to be able to collect the contents of those S3 buckets for our investigations. And that's pretty critical, especially when I mentioned logs. A lot of our organizations have log files that are just constantly being dumped into S3 buckets, and we really need to be able to investigate those thoroughly and quickly with the tools at hand here. When we're talking down here at the bottom of the slide where we're talking more about S3 Glacier and Glacier Deep Archive, that's going to be for the long-term storage, at a lower cost. The Glacier service has archives that can be a single file or a set of files up to about 40 terabytes in size. And archives are stored in vaults on Glacier. Vaults can be applied to, data handling retention as well as locks so that data can't be edited as well while it's sitting inside of a Glacier or Glacier Deep Archive. For investigators who need to actually investigate data that's being held in one of these vaults that's on Glacier, when retrieving that data, the copy of that data is actually made available on S3, while the actual information that's on Glacier is still resides there. So it's essentially kind of duplicating that when people need to move data out of that archive. Next, let's talk very quickly about EC2 instances. So now EC2 instances really are providing, the computing power for organizations who needed to scale operation, from apps to web servers to code repositories, at a whim. And this is fantastic, and why a lot of people and organizations go to using cloud environments, because they have that flexibility. So the virtual computing environments, known as instances, have pre-configured templates known as Amazon machine images or AMIs, and that's everything the organization needs to stand up servers, including both the hardware as well as operating systems and additional software that goes into that. And like I said, a big feature of the EC2 instances is really that ability scale as needed. After Curtis reviews how Axiom Cyber can acquire and process both S3 buckets and EC2 instances with Axiom Cyber, we're going to take a look at how labs can automate and orchestrate and process evidence in the cloud environments to really maximize the benefits that are offered from AWS. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Curtis so we can start talking about Axiom Cyber a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Trey. So as Trey mentioned earlier this year, Magnet introduced Axiom Cyber, and this is really designed to be an all-in-one digital forensics platform providing local and remote collection and analysis of data from both physical devices as well as cloud services. Axiom allows you to collect all of the digital evidence related to your case into a single workspace so you can get that really comprehensive view of the incident, the parties involved across all of the devices that were involved as we go along. Our focus today is going to be a little bit more around some of those services that reside outside of your walls. So we've seen this massive adoption of cloud applications to support us in nearly every facet of our work. That might be Office 365. We're using Zoom for these sessions today. There's so many of these services we just leverage on a day-to-day basis. And Axiom supports many of these top business platforms and provides access to this information and collecting information from these services in a variety of ways, including the ability to collect data from Office 365, G Suite, Box.com, all by using administrative level credentials to perform targeted acquisition on specific employee data, the ability to acquire data from AWS and Azure that we're going to dive into in a little bit more detail. We also look at some of the different communication platforms that are being leveraged today, including Teams and Slack, and even diving into social media, where that can be very important to your business and what's being said about your organization. So being able to collect information from those platforms can be critical as well. Another key component to Axiom Cyber is our ability to do covert remote collection. So this was a new feature that was included as a part of our Axiom Cyber package and allows you to remotely collect individual files, locations, or even the full disk from a remote device. This system also includes the ability to collect information from Macs. And we built in some intelligence to automatically reconnect if the endpoint goes offline. So really, we want to be able to cover all of these different types of collection methodologies as we go along. So let's have a look at how this actually is facilitated by Axiom Cyber. So the first thing you're going to do when you set up a brand new case is you're going to load in the different evidence types. And you can see here, you get a few different options. So Axiom Cyber, again, is really intended to collect from any type of evidence that may be related to the case you're investigating. So more traditionally, we would have been talking about a local computer or a hard drive image, a mobile device. But as we've kind of evolved and the evidence is moving towards the cloud, or we need to collect from remote systems, we've really built out options around cloud collection and remote computers. So I'm going to drill down a little further, and as we choose our cloud data source, you're presented with a couple different options. We have this ability to acquire evidence, and when we think of acquiring, that's really live collection. So this is where we're going to go out to the different service and collect information directly from that service provider. But we also have the ability to load information. So oftentimes, depending on the service you're working with, you can access information through different means. A good example of this would be Google Takeout. So if you need to get access to your own Google information, you can actually do a takeout that generates a package of your data, and that information can be loaded in here. So that's great if you've got a victim or a witness who's participating in your investigation. They want to provide some information but don't want to hand over their credentials to their Google account. This is a great way for them to generate that data package and provide it to you. For those of you in law enforcement, this would include warrant return packages. So if you've provided a warrant to these vendors, and they've provided a package of information. Often sifting through that can be incredibly difficult and time consuming. We've integrated the ability to process packages returned by Apple, Google, Snapchat, Instagram, and Skype. And we're continuing to build out support for these services. Again, just to help simplify and accelerate the investigations of these, all from these different cloud vendors. And for those of you working more in a corporate space, there are certain tools. A great example would be Slack, where they have a compliance export from their system. This is one of the methods that you can actually access information out of your Slack environment. So we can take that package and process that into Axiom for investigation. And we've also recently added the ability to process Office 365 unified audit logs. So there's a lot of great information there that can be leveraged. But we're gonna, again, today we're gonna focus a little bit more on our live acquisition. And you can see when you choose live acquisition, there are a whole host of services, including Office 365, Teams, Box.com, Dropbox, G Suite, and the ones we're gonna focus on today, Amazon, AWS, and Azure. So we're gonna start with looking at AWS, and once you've authenticated in, and I'll come back to that in a couple minutes, you've got a couple different options. You can choose to acquire from an S3 bucket, or you can choose to acquire an EC2 instance. We're going to start looking at the S3 buckets. So when you've configured your environment, you likely don't want to configure or collect every S3 bucket in your organization. That could be a huge amount of data. There's a good reason you've stored this information in the cloud. It allows you to scale to nearly infinite size and near infinite number of buckets. So we want this to be a little bit more targeted. So what we actually allow you to do as a user is to selectively choose which information from which bucket you have access to. So you may need it at a high level. You may be very targeted in your acquisition and just choosing specific files. These could be logs. This could be other information stored in that S3 bucket. But we want to make sure you kind of have that choice as you're doing the selection. If you go the other route and you want to look at EC2 instances, there is some configuration that needs to happen, and this applies to both the S3 bucket and EC2. Luckily, accessing AWS is not as simple as just providing username and password. They put a lot of work into security, which is great and makes sense, but it does require some additional configuration in order to allow tools like Axiom to collect information from these environments. So I'm not going to dive too deep into the details, but what I have provided here are a couple links to our knowledge base. This is available directly from the Magnet Forensics website. And these articles would walk you through what needs to be configured, how you need to set up the roles in your environment in order to access your S3 buckets or your EC2 instances. And this is really critical because it would allow your administrator to be very specific as to what they're allowing access to. It doesn't have to open up your entire environment. You can be very targeted with this type of acquisition, again, without opening up any additional security holes that you would be concerned about as you're going along. So once you've authenticated in for EC2, again, you're going to be presented with a list of the images or the devices, the EC2 instances that are running within your environment and that you have access to. We'll give you a list of what virtual machines are available to download. There are some limitations as to what Amazon actually allows to be exported from their system. So I've got a link a little bit later on that we can share. But anything that is available for download, we will provide a link to here. And then once you move on past the selected image, there is a little bit more configuration that needs to be done. So you're going to provide a description. You get to choose the image format. So it supports either acquiring it as a VHD or VMDK image. And you'll see here, you also need to provide at least, you'd have to have access to one S3 bucket. So AWS doesn't allow you to directly acquire snapshots from its virtual images. Instead, the process is that snapshot will be created and stored in an S3 bucket. from the EC2 instance, and then we will acquire it from that S3 bucket. Now, depending on what you need for your investigation, you can either leave that snapshot sitting in S3. If you need it, if you just want to retain it there, you can. If not, we can automatically delete it just so you're not taking up more storage space within your S3 environment. But you do need to have access set up to at least one bucket to kind of serve as temporary storage for that image. So once you've got that configured, you can begin the download, and you're going to see there's definitely some considerations as you're thinking about incorporating a tool like this. S3 includes many different tiers and storage types for different information. So we currently do not support S3 Glacier and Glacier Deep archives. We will allow you to access the other types of S3 buckets. I touched on the fact that you need to have at least one S3 bucket available if you're going to acquire an EC2 instance. So this is going to be pretty critical. And Axiom supports the acquisition of Amazon Linux and Ubuntu server SSD volume types. This is a limitation on the AWS side. There's a link to a document here that gives you a little bit more information on the types of exports that are allowed through AWS. So they don't necessarily allow every image type to be downloaded. So this is important to recognize as well. And then there's a little bit of information on role configuration. This is covered again in the knowledge base articles that I linked to earlier, and provides just a little bit more background on how you would have to configure your environment in order to provide access to these things.
And one thing I just want to call out, when you mentioned technically Axiom Cyber doesn't support Glacier and Glacier Deep Archive right now, like I mentioned earlier, you're probably going to have to move that to a standard S3 bucket anyways and leave that data residing there because it's going to be in a vault inside of Glacier. So once you have that moved, obviously, then you could, use Axiom to pull that on down.
Yeah, thanks, Trey. Great point. So just want to spend another quick minute just touching on Azure. This is actually a relatively new feature that we've just added to Axiom Cyber. Very similar to the way we acquire EC2 instances. Once you've selected it, you're going to have to authenticate in. And again, just like AWS, your Azure environment has some specific configuration needs that are going to need to be looked after. Without diving into too many details, there is a link to our knowledge base article. The reason we keep this in the knowledge base is as our organization learns more about these and we hear more from you about different configurations, we can continue to evolve how we access these and the types of configurations that we can support. So always check back to those blogs. They're going to always be sort of the best source of the truth for how you're going to access and configure your environment. So once you've authenticated into your Azure environment, very similar to what you would have with EC2, you're going to select the image. You can see here, you'll get a presentation of which instances are available for download. You get a sense of the size, so you have to make sure you've got enough local storage in order to acquire and process this. We do at this time only support acquiring a single image at a time. That doesn't mean that you can't have multiple images in the same case. It just means you have to add evidence into, one at a time to your case rather than kind of doing them at the same time. So, this is going to work very similar. It's going to download as a virtual hard drive image that will then be processed by Axiom for examination. And there are, again, a few considerations. So, I touched on a few of these as we were going through, that only VMs can be selected for download. You can only choose one at a time. Similar again to AWS, you can choose to discard the image once it's been downloaded, so you're not taking up additional storage. And then we will process that image for any of the artifacts. So once we've acquired these, this is where we get into the examination portion. So we leverage Magnet Examine or Axiom Examine in order to do your analysis of these images. Each of the devices or buckets that you've acquired is going to be loaded in as a separate evidence item. So what we're showing here is kind of our case dashboard, and this is just going to give you a breakdown of the types of evidence that was found. Here you can see we found a host of documents, some emails, and as we drill into that information, Axiom is really designed as an artifact-first tool. So you can see along the left side of the screen, you're going to see all of the different types of artifacts that were found. And this is where you can really drill into the evidence through advanced search capabilities, filtering, to really narrow down the scope of your investigation and drill into what you're looking for. Here you can tag, you can comment on any of the evidence items, and you can generate reports from the system then out to other stakeholders to really help establish that root cause analysis, for instance. For the incident. We also have a full file system navigator included. So if you need to drill down into the file system, we will maintain the structure of that instance. So you'll see here, we're actually looking at the partition directly from the virtual machine, and we can drill into that file system to easily locate specific files. Again, full search and filtering capabilities are available here to really help you get to what you're looking for. So with that, I'm going to pass it back over to you, Trey, and you can.
Awesome, thank you. Now, one thing I wanted to talk about, and like I mentioned earlier, a lot of organizations, store logs from a variety of sources in S3 buckets, for use in log aggregators such as Splunk or other endpoint behavioral analysis tools. As a technical investigator, I would receive alerts all the time from our CSUC on, potential misuse of company endpoints, based on, for instance, Blue Code with proxy alerting, which detected, website content on things such as gambling or weapons, things that we had kind of set up as red flags. I had to validate these hits by remotely capturing the data from those endpoints and confirming the hits based on the complaints before kind of moving that case along to the stakeholders. So just something I wanted to highlight very, very quickly, especially because a lot of these logs are being saved in the cloud environments. If you're able to capture those logs and pull those down, so for instance, with Blue Code, you can create custom artifacts very, very quickly to then have that added into your case file just alongside your EC2 instances or their endpoints to validate those hits. So definitely check out, for this, I actually utilize Magnet's newly released free tool, the Magnet Custom Artifact Generator, and just created a quick parser that would allow Axiom to ingest that log file that I pulled down from an S3 bucket that now I can build connections off of, and that I can create a quick report to show how everything moved across that case very, very quickly. So definitely, if you haven't checked it out, grab the Magnet Custom Artifact Generator from our website. You can load in CSV files, delimited files, text files, or SQLite databases, to create these custom artifacts very, very easy to be able to do your analysis inside the tool. So just wanted to highlight that very quickly, just because I know, always dealing with logs, that's something that is pretty critical. Now, I want to talk a little bit about automation and orchestration with AWS. And this is something that obviously is coming up more and more for a lot of organizations. And, it's something that people are thinking about, how can they scale their labs to really keep up with the amount of data that we're collecting on any given day. So with that, I want to just mention Magnet Automate. So let's start with, what Automate is. And it's an orchestration and automation platform that uses your lab's existing hardware and software tools to create standard workflows and to image and process data without the examiner's intervention. Really quickly, I want to highlight how we can utilize a tool like Automate to build workflows to allow us to forensicate in cloud environments very, very easily. So that being said, get to the next slide. There we go. So building workflows allows organizations to have repeated steps for their investigations, and this is critical when you're dealing with legal or you're taking your cases to court. This is going to be something that you want to be able to show that you have the same workflow and that you did the same steps every time. And with Magnet Automate, these workflows are quickly designed using just a drag and drop interface. Pretty fun to kind of get creative on how you want to build out these workflows. But at Magnet, we're all about the toolbox with Automate, organizations can easily orchestrate workflows from various tools that they have CLI access for. Or if they've made scripts of their own, you can absolutely load those in as part of your workflows. So it's something just to keep in mind. Now, why does this tie in, or how does this tie into AWS or cloud environments here? So being able to parallel process and getting more out of your existing hardware, or being able to scale when you need to for your investigations. And Automate can leverage both hardware assets that are on-prem, as well as virtual, as well as cloud or hybrid environments, where maybe you want to utilize some of your assets that are on-prem, but you also want to be able to spin up AWS nodes to be able to process that as well. Examiners can queue tasks from multiple servers and just leave them to run overnight, eliminating the need to wait around for each process to complete, or doing them one at a time. So essentially, what you're seeing here, we have one node that has orchestration and the workflows built out with the Automate dashboard, and then the rest of the nodes or endpoints are running Axiom Cyber scripts, being able to run different pieces of software all within that environment, so that everything is orchestrated, everything is being processed, and you're not having to wait for one piece of evidence to be processed before moving it on to the next. So definitely really, really cool technology. And when you're leveraging tools like AWS, that can be extremely powerful. Some of the results that we've been hearing from customers about how quickly they've been able to really move their cases along is pretty awesome. Lastly, we've just released Automate 2.2 a couple weeks ago, and one thing that was really big with 2.2 were watch folders, which allows you to integrate essentially any acquisition tool within the workflows, even if they don't have a command line interface. So using the new watch folder capabilities, cases seamlessly can flow from post-image acquisition through to processing with no downtime, improving the overall efficiencies of your lab. Essentially, Automate will watch a folder, and when an image hits that folder, it will continue watching it to see that image size grow, and once it stops growing, that's when we will kick off the workflows to go ahead and start processing in your other tools. And when you have configured AWS to be a part of the solution and are able to scale your lab very, very easily without having to buy expensive hardware at 10 or 15 grand per computer, this makes this super powerful with combining Automate in with the rest of your technology. So with that, thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you, Trey, and thank you, Magnet Forensics, for being the gold sponsor for IndoSec 2020. Up next, we have a very interesting panel discussion on the topic Cyber Threats 2020, how to develop intelligence and stay current in a multi-risk environment. I welcome the moderator, Mr. Ishaq Surjana, the CIO of Fajar Surya Visesa, the panel members. Hello, everybody. The panel members, Mr. Wilden Aliviarda, he's the Vice President and Head of Information Security from Indosat Ooredoo. Hannah Abriancia, VP and Head of Information Security Gojek. Rajesh Ganesan, VP of Product Management, Manage Engine. And hello, Juan Intan Kangaravan, he's the Head of Data Analytics, Jakarta Smart City. Hi, everybody. It's so nice to see you here on the panel discussion. I would request the moderator, Mr. Ishaq, and the panelists to take over this conversation. Thank you. Mr. Ishaq, you're on mute.
Oh.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Selamat siang, Bapak-Bapak, Ibu semua. Mudah-mudahan sudah pada makan. Memang waktu kita sudah jam 1.15 ya. Saya harap semua sudah kenyang. So actually this is our last session today, and we are very happy to have 4 friends here which will discuss with us about how security, the challenges that they have as a security person in the company, as well as also Rajesh can help us and Pak Wildan on what provide to us on the security cyber attack. So maybe I can start with the question to Pak Yuan, Pak Hana, and maybe also to Pak Wildan, to Pak Rajesh. What are actually the security challenges that you face in the current environment? Especially, we heard a lot about COVID-19, which also making the security landscape a lot of changes, a lot of attacks, additional problem. And is there any security issue that you experienced lately? Maybe we start with Pak Juan first.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Pat, for the question. I think I will answer it very briefly here. So my perspective here is from the data. So I think I will talk specifically from the data security perspective, as I am the current head of analytics at Jakarta Smart City. So I think even beyond this COVID-19, security is always the key consideration, especially for the government, because we are storing and managing quite a number of so-called sensitive data. We are handling the citizen data, transaction, tax, and so on. And some more with the COVID-19 situation, we know the positive patients' details and so on, even their so-called movement, where they are, and so on. So I think in terms of the key security consideration, I'll try to define the two key areas. So the first one is the technology aspect, and then the second one is the people or the culture aspect. So I think in terms of the technology, as a government, we are trying to share our information publicly. At the same time, certain information should be assessed internally for policy making purposes. So I think balancing this area is not that easy. It is translated to the technology consideration, where to store, is it in the cloud, on premise, what kind of access that we need, and so on. And then from the people or culture, I think since we work also together with the non-technical people, I think to educate them to ensure the day-to-day practice they are having in this security practices, I think this is one of the area that we need to improve as well in the government. I think I saw quite commonly in the government institutions that people still type, or even in the hard copy, put in certain details, password, access, and so on. I think this kind of simple habit can be improved. So I think that's my quick comment. Thank you.
Okay, how about Pak Hana?
Hi.
How do you?
Thank you.
Yeah.
In Gojek, actually, information security is always being our priority. So every start of the year, we are already do some assessment, and we have a priority on what security implementation that we are going to do for the next 1 year. But this pandemic actually changed everything. So the challenge is to react quickly to those changes and the changes on the threat landscape itself. For example, the behavior of our employees changes, the way we work changes, the way we do business changes, and all of those changes introduce new risks and new threat, and also the risk and threat which previously wasn't prioritized is becoming a higher priority. So what we did was we reprioritized, we create a new strategy to respond to the pandemic and for us to continue to deliver an effective information security program for the next 1 year.
Okay. Any security issue, Pak, that you can share to us?
So far, I don't see any issue, but a lot of challenges for sure.
Right. Okay. How about Pak Rajesh? Maybe you can add in terms of how do you see the security landscape in Indonesia?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Isha. Good morning to everyone. Yes. So I've been listening to other sessions from the morning. So we have been talking about issues like phishing and ransomware and social engineering being on the rise. And this is particularly because we are like talking about this new way for everybody, right? Everybody is working from remote, working from their home. So instead of talking about specific issues, I'll give you this observation. We are a company of 10,000 people and talking to a lot of customers across the world. What is really happening? in the last 20, 30 years of technology occupying all of our lives, so the IT teams, the teams that are responsible for managing the technology infrastructure, so like it or not, they had all the people mostly within the corporate boundary, all the devices, end devices were inside the corporate boundary again. Also, most of the infrastructure, despite cloud getting a lot of traction, they had this perception of expecting people to be inside the office, the devices being inside the office, at least 80-90%. And this has completely changed overnight, right? So in a span of 1 or 2 weeks, you have all your people working from remote. All the corporate devices are now connecting from different networks. This is something both the IT teams and the end users are not trained adequately, right? So this is the number one challenge as I see. When people are inside the company, when devices are inside the company network, the IT team knows how to secure them, how to manage them. But when they do not see people anymore, when they do not see the devices anymore, how to manage it, that is the biggest challenge. So the solution really is they have to encourage two things. So one is how people can solve most of their problems with self-service, and this is with respect to people. And when it comes to corporate devices, how can they do self-management, right? So this self-service for people and self-managing for devices are two key themes going forward for the IT security and IT management teams, the way I see it, Mr. Ishaq.
Yeah. Okay, that's very good, but because I know also many of our users are working from home, and also it is one of the things that I was thinking of, how to ensure the security. So I'm sure you will talk more about this, yeah.
Yes.
Pak Wildan, how can you share to us on the security threat and how it is in Indonesia, Pak?
Yeah, I think we are facing the accelerations of digital transformations, right? We were thinking about the working from home is for the past couple of years, but eventually with COVID, everyone is working from home. And also working from home is rely on the connectivity and they want to have a secure connectivity. And then we've seen the increase of data usage, almost 100%, like a very, very huge. And then the risk itself is contained on the devices itself. So from my perspective, that there's a people that having a first laptop in their home and they need to access the school or working apps, but there is for the ransomware, for the virus, malware is still there. So I think that we need to collaborate with so many institutions to protect our people.
Okay, thank you, Pak. I know this is very interesting because you also you work for what Indosat Ooredoo. You also provide solution and services for security services for your customers, right? Maybe you can explain a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's common for our telco, like we provide the clean bandwidth, and then we are providing the connectivity, and now everybody is asking for the VPN, right? I think it's common. And also for the e-commerce side, the fraud is still intact, and then it's for the collaborations we can provide like fraud prevention, like API or so on. It's a big data things. In every telco does these things.
Okay, all right. How about maybe I'm going back to Pak Rajesh. From your perspective, how can company develop intelligence to protect our company secure and safe?
Right. So we are all seeing the same pattern across the globe, right? So COVID has forced everyone to work outside the offices. So there are three aspects when you ask me about how can companies prepare for this in terms of security. So the first aspect would be to enable secure remote access to corporate systems, right? So people typically were accessing their applications using devices inside the companies. But now companies are hurrying, right? So we give it a fancy tag called digital transformation. But what companies are scurrying to do is move as much as possible to the cloud, use software as service applications, right? So that is the first aspect that is happening. And for the security team, for the IT organizations, the first aspect is to focus on enabling secure remote access to these corporate applications, regardless of where they exist. Some will continue to exist inside the corporate premises, some on private cloud, some on public cloud, some software as service. So how do you sort of redefine your identity management and access management? So that is I would say the first aspect that companies should focus on, right? The second aspect really is it's becoming very, very important, right? So the problem of securing the endpoints, right? So today we no longer call anything just a device, we call it an endpoint, because endpoint could be any device, software or hardware device through which end users consume corporate applications. So it could be a mobile phone, it could be a laptop, or even a browser inside a laptop, right? Every browser today is its own endpoint because it runs its own operating system. So these endpoints need management. The corporate IT team should know every end user, what are the various endpoints through which they consume this application. So that is number two. The first is secure remote access. The second point really is securing your endpoints. The third is with all the information, right? So from the endpoints, from the end users, from your infrastructure, how do you effectively derive insights on all the attacks that is happening, right? So this is the topic, the domain of SIEM, Security Information and Event Management. And that is getting a lot of traction today because of how the infrastructure is completely spread out. So if you ask me, what are the important things that companies should immediately focus on? Number one would be secure remote access to all the infrastructure. Number two is securing and protecting the endpoints. And number three, look at all the data to proactively identify any attacks that happen in your network. So this is the strategy that companies should go with.
Okay, thank you, Pak. For Pak Hana, how can we share on how do you develop this intelligence in your company to protect the company safe?
Yeah. Adding on what Rajesh already told us, that intelligence means we have the information, right? So we try to gather a lot of information regarding our own infrastructure, including all the information from the external that could have impact to our security. For example, we currently have internally, we develop a CM product, a CM solution to detect and to understand what our internal infrastructure and product currently is. So the state, the behavior, the security posture, we create the CM product to give us some insight into our own infrastructure, our own system internally. And externally, we also proactively hunt for threats. So we have a threat hunting program. We are currently working with a third party to gather information from outside the company externally. For example, first we identified what our crown jewels is. So we know what if a hacker wants to target us as a subject, to attack us, what data they are currently targeting. For example, are they targeting our source code? Are they targeting our customer or merchants data and whatnot? So to understand what the priority and what our crown jewel is, we can then develop a strategy on what information that we need to get from external to detect an incoming attack or incoming threat that could impact our organization. We also monitoring the security trend on, for example, exploits or whenever there's a breach on the other company or other entity which similar to our industry. we will analyze whether those breach or those incidents could happen to us. So we learn from others, the incidents which happen to other entity, and then we will assess our internal to see whether this can happen to our organization or not, and then to create a strategy to prevent that from happening to our organization.
Okay, Pak. So, thank you, Pak. Very interesting. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
very interesting, Pak.
Yeah. So the first one is we need to gather as much as information to understand our current security posture in our internal organization. And the second one is we need to proactively gather information from external, which could have impact to our organization. I think that's the two most important factor that we do.
Okay, thank you, Pak. I learned also, Pak. Good to have this kind of practices. Yeah. How about Pak Juan? Maybe there's things you can also share to us, Pak.
Sure. Additional comment. I think it's quite relevant with the previous speakers. So I think as a learning or as a journey in the government, we also try to understand our so-called possible security loophole, and we are fully aware as well about the valuable areas that we have. So I think it is being targeted. So we try to ensure the security of those areas. I mean, to use the term the crown jewel, I think we are trying to understand it as well. For example, like our citizen details data, for example, or about the financial transactional related information. So I think we are trying to consider those aspects as well. So additional comment, we as a government, we are trying to comply with the ISO security framework as well. I think for sure we are not perfect, but we are trying to achieve the direction. So it will encompass not only about the IT infrastructure, network, including our application. When I talk application, it can be about our mobile application, web application, and so on. So since last year, at least from the data perspective, we are trying to highly improve our understanding or our analysis about our usage pattern in terms of the network, in terms of the access, security, management, and say we know certain spike in certain anomaly period, then we know, okay, this is suspicious because of this certain criteria, and we reevaluate. Is that the proper access? Is it from our users? And is it for the public? Are they accessing the proper public data or application, or are they so-called disturbing or trying to infiltrate other areas as well? So we have this kind of mechanism. You have to be open as a learning as well. I think as a government, we don't have, at least in my team, a specific security expert. So typically, let's say from the developer or analyst who work on this, I think there's a possible improvement that we should have as so-called talent management or as the manpower as well. I mean, just to learn from the other industry as well. I think the focus or the emphasis in terms of security, normally it will happen only after if certain incident happens. So I try to avoid that. At the same time, it's not that easy to ensure the leadership level to put significant security. So I think that's the balance that I'll try to manage over here. At the same time, we want to ensure security. At the same time, we want to ensure the speed with delivering service, solutions, and so on. So I believe all of us are experiencing the same situation as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Juan. Actually, you have touched to my next question, so you can read my mind. Actually, if you look at the adoption of technology, Pak. Usually we come to there's always a people, there's always process, there's always technology, right? So you mentioned about you also have a struggle, or sometimes management do not really understand much, and especially also the previous speaker also mentioned that 40% of lacking of security from the upper management, from the people perspective. Now, what do you think is in terms of when you what you have facing in terms of people, process, technology? Which one is you have the biggest challenge in your organization? Maybe I ask to Pak Juan, and then Pak Hana, Pak Wildan, and Pak Rajesh. Pak Rajesh.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Pak. And then later I will share some of my neutral perspective first about the context about the human consideration. I think it can be understandable if I come from their perspective. But try to answer your question first about the various components or various aspects. I think in my context, especially in the government, I think people is the most critical, because from people, they are having mindset, the culture, the way they structure, design the system. I think it starts from the people. And when I mention people here, it can be the technical people here as an analyst, developer, security experts, and can be the general people or users in the, let's say, in the government context. I think all of them are playing the roles to ensure the security, especially in utilizing our data and system. I think that's my short answer. And touch back again about the leadership consideration. I think, to be fair, they are juggling many things, right? Not only technical areas, but also non-technical areas, policy, strategic direction, especially in the COVID-19 situation. So within the technology aspect, I think there are many areas as well about the solution, the services, the data, and then the way we can get insights. And one of them is also security. So juggling this area is not straightforward. And then if you ask me now, how can we ensure the management or the leadership position will be able to appreciate, is to provide a real use case with a quantifiable so-called benefits. Let's say if we get certain incident, what will be the impact, let's say, to the citizen, to the perception, to the trust, let's say, from the public and so on. So by having this kind of thinking process about the pro and cons, ROI, and so on, I think it will be easier for them to understand the implication, and from there make a certain priority and also commitment on this. I think that's my brief comment about this. Thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Maybe Pak Wildan from technology company Gojek can share your view on the people process technology. How do you see or do you experience in Gojek, Pak?
I don't think we can ever decouple people, process, and technology individually.
Okay.
So those three are very important for the information security. But in my opinion, the people is the most important aspect for information security for few reasons. The first one is people always becomes the weakest link of information security. And the second one, people are the one who implement the technology. People are the one who execute the process. So by increasing the awareness and by increasing the level of knowledge of the people in terms of information security, we are indirectly can increase the level of our security in the other aspect, for example, the process and technology. Because people with good awareness on security, people with good knowledge on information security will design a secure process. People with a good sense of security will implement technology correctly because they understand what the objective of implementing those processes and those technologies. The challenges with people is that first, not everyone is tech savvy. Even in a company, in a company like Gojek, we are a digital company. Not everyone is tech savvy. So we need to have a strategy to educate our employees based on their level of knowledge and also their background. For example, the level of training that we are given to our developers will be different with the strategy that we are doing to educate our, for example, business development or finance consultant. So the challenges is, I think the challenge is to have effective strategy to increase the awareness from the people of different knowledge and background. I think that's the most challenging part.
Okay, thank you, Pak. So people is one of the most challenging. Yeah. How about Pak Wildan? Maybe you can add, and also from your perspective, what from your perspective, people process technology, and what are the solutions that you can help to us?
Yeah, I think that I couldn't agree more with Pak Hana and Pak Juan, because the least important things is of course the technology. But I agree with Pak Hana that we can't decouple between people and process because it's very tied in. However, if we see in the news that the most successful attack is involving the people as the weakest chain, like mentioned by Pak Hana, and also the process.
Yeah.
Perhaps there's some control that is not well implemented, right? And then the other things in the aspect of the people, of course, security is everybody responsibility, not only for the security guy like us or like the technology people. So security is everyone responsibility. And then in IndoSec we implement like the course for everybody that you need to complete, and it's mandatory course for security awareness, and it should be repeatable every quarter, that you need to be aware about is your laptop is storing customers data, or you are having like sending an email, or you send to inappropriate recipient or so on. It should be embedded in every process, and people should be aware. It's not only responsible for us. So I think that's my perspective in our enterprise.
Okay, good. Thank you, Pak. For actually that is good that I learn also new things because in our company we have like once a year quizzes of security, but even in IndoSec you have a tighter, more quizzes question every 3 months. Maybe Pak Rajesh can add in terms of what solutions, software, technology can help us as enterprise. Pak.
So staying in this topic, right? So beat and topic of people, process, technology. I absolutely agree with the fellow panelists, especially Hana mentioned you can never decouple these three things. But often the point is, yeah, even though you cannot decouple, they do not work well with each other, because people not always completely understand what the processes are, and processes do not always completely leverage what technology could do, and technology is not always as user friendly or usable for people, right? So this is the practical world, the reality that we live in. Even though they are three legs of a tripod, right? Achieving balance has been very, very difficult for companies around the world. So one tip that I could give, right? So when it comes to people, and then they have process and technology, one of the important things is how do you teach people all the process and technology, right? You just mentioned you have a quiz every 1 year, right? And 1 year in technology terms is a long time, right? So it probably means 10 years of calendar time, depending on how things changes in technology. So one approach we take in our company or in our products is to impart this education contextually and continuously to people, right? So say, for example, products from Manage Engine or Zoho Corporation. So it has the necessary artificial intelligence built in to keep telling people when they do some actions, if they are doing the right things, it sort of acknowledges. When they try to do some things wrong inadvertently, it points out maybe the action you are trying to do. Say, for example, on a chat window, a user is trying to post a full name or email ID or a phone number of a customer. It will immediately say you are trying to share some personal information on a communication channel. You should not be doing it, right? But if you educate people once a year saying you should not share personal information of customers to others, people may not even pay notice. But when you contextually and continuously like keep popping up with your intelligence systems, after 10 or 20 or 30 times, all the end users, all the employees in your company indeed learn what the process is, what they are supposed to know, right? And what they are supposed to do actually, right? So this is something that I would share when it comes to people, process, technology. How do you balance each one of them so that the tripod stands with the right balance? Hope that made some sense.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Pak. So maybe this is the last question to all of you. I know you have shared a lot to us, In terms of, let's say, what as an IT executive, what are the experience that you have that you underestimate something that that could cause damage to our company? Maybe start from Pak Yuan.
Okay, I'll try to think a good example. I think within the data context is about the sharing of information. Again, it will touch back to the context of people, yeah. Because just to be open here with the cultural context, even some of the sensitive information can be shared, for example, via WhatsApp group and so on, right? So I think it's not really good practice, but I think it happens. So I think one of the few critical cases are where the critical information, it can be files, it can be accessed to certain dashboard, even the password is being shared, I say, to the unintended recipients. And I think from there, yeah, there are negative impacts in terms of the person who should not access certain dashboard, certain files, even certain systems. It happened in the past. I think I cannot officially mention the so-called financial or the exact negative impact, but it's quite bad. So I think that's one of the learning points, and that's why from there we are thinking more seriously how to handle this kind of information. Hopefully, it's a good learning for us as well as an organization, as an institutions, and hopefully it can be a case study as well for all the one who listen in this conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak. How about Pak Hana? Maybe you can share how's Gojek? Everybody knows Gojek, Pak.
Yeah. From my experience, the thing that it's really hard to sell to our top management is actually the increasing the awareness of the people. So, for example, security awareness training. It's very hard to sell that to the top management because it's not fancy, right? It's not like we implement some technology and then something's happened. But but as I previously mentioned, people is the most important aspect for information security. So by increasing the awareness of our employees, actually have a great impact of the overall security posture of the organization. But it's really hard to show the direct correlation between the level of awareness and the level of security in organization. I think that the big challenges that I experience. And so what did we do in Gojek is that we try to come up with some numbers. So executive top management love numbers, right? So we try to present them with numbers on how the increase on the level of awareness can have an impact to our overall security posture. We can, for example, correlate between the level of awareness and the number of policy violation, or the level of awareness and the number of insider threat or insider breach, or the product vulnerability, for example. It's not easy to correlate those two, but it's possible. And once we get the numbers, we can present it more clearly to the board of directors. So what we do now, for example, we have one initiative where we actually fish our own employees. So we run a phishing campaign. We try to fish and send a spam email to our own employee and see how many people fall for the false victim to our campaign. And
that's good. Yeah.
Once we know the number, we have a baseline on what level we are currently in and what level that we want to achieve. So this phishing specific for this phishing campaign, our target is actually reducing this number as minimum as possible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Pak. Actually, but the previous speaker talking about our user do not click to a certain link and not answering email and so on. It is easier talking than done, right?
Yeah, but
So,
we cannot be sure whether our employees is actually clicking the phishing any phishing email or spam email or not, right? We cannot prove things that we cannot see. That's why we proactively and fish and spam our own employee. That way, we have a proof that proof on how many employees who actually fall victim to that kind of email and spam.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Pak. Pak Wildan, maybe you can add some few points to what are the things that sometimes we underestimate.
Yeah, I think that in terms of the information security in the corporate level, that I think that we have already embedded our security aspect in every business. But I believe one of the most important things and that we are focusing on is to protect our customers. We have millions of customers, I believe, as Gojek as well. And then one of the most interesting things now, everyone log in using the mobile numbers, right? If you log in on some pages, some apps that using the mobile numbers. And then there's a threat impact on there. But the problem in protecting customer data is not only our as an enterprise, like e-commerce, like Gojek also, but also from the government itself about the data privacy, right? So, and also from the maybe it's a funny thing, right? We've seen in the news that the leaks on the data from other telcos. But the problem in here, like we tend to protect millions of data, but some people, we've seen also leaks from e-commerce. We've seen that most of the people in the small business doesn't care. So what, right? So what questions when your data leak is so what? But if you follow the Pareto principles, maybe the 20% of the leaked data would love to sue you as a company, right? That's the fortunately that we don't have the regulations for the company to protect customers' data, but it's our focus as a primary because it's a reputation risk for us. So I think this is most important thing for a telco like us.
Okay, thank you, Pak. For Pak Rajesh, maybe what are the last point in terms of your points in terms of how do you protect and sometimes or protect some things that sometimes undermined by IT executive?
Yeah. So I specifically talked about endpoint protection and security, right? That is an area we as a company, we sell products, we sell software tools for information security, right? So we focus on a lot of areas. We focus on identity access management. We focus on privileged access management. But of late, what is becoming very, very important is how do you protect endpoints, right? And one of the abilities that across the world that's more and more needed is, so I gave you an example of what are the endpoints, right? It could be any device that you have. It could be a kiosk. It could be browsers in your devices. Each one of them is rightfully an endpoint, but you need to bring capability into these endpoints of how they can self-manage, self-detect security issues, and also initiate the first response, right? Typically, how things happen, you have a central security management system that only collects data from endpoints. It then analyzes, identifies threats, and then takes action. So this centralized model cannot be efficient anymore. You need to move the intelligence to the edge to every endpoint, right? So each and every device has the capability, the intelligence to know something wrong is happening, and not only detect that from happening, they also start the first response to defend from that attack, right? So that I would say is one of the top trends that is currently happening that companies should start focusing on.
All right. Thank you, Pak Rajesh. So thank you, everyone. I know we are technologists, but seems like from the answers people is still also one of the most important and sometimes becoming the weakest link in our job. Actually, there are two questions from audience. I will welcome you to answer. Maybe I'll read the question. The first question is, what is the biggest issue of security currently happen during pandemic COVID-19? Anybody can help me to answer that question, Pak?
See, I can give a couple of examples, right? So from the industry news, one most of us know that the Twitter hack due to social engineering, but one other attack probably did not become as sensational as the Twitter attack. So the whole world went through this pandemic. It was tough times during March, April for most people. And at that time, people across the world did not know what to do in terms of their personal health, their family health, in terms of their job status, economy, and all of that. And imagine, now we all know World Health Organization, and that was one organization people were relying on for legitimate information. And what had happened was World Health Organization did not have their email server setting properly, right? So there is a setting called DMARC. They did not have the right configuration. So what happened was phishers, right? So attackers, they were able to spoof emails that look like coming legitimately from WHO, right? And that made a lot of people click on wrong links, links that led to them giving personal information and even lose a lot of money, right? And I would say, like, we talked about what people typically underestimate. So this is one example where every small configuration that matters. So Google even came up with a statistic, right? So during March and April, every single day, there were about 18 million phishing emails that went just through the Gmail system. You can now imagine other email system, how many phishing emails were going around. That, I would say, was the biggest issue during a pandemic. And organization like WHO, they were caught off guard because they did not enable a very simple setting. So that, from my perspective, was one big threat that happened.
Okay. Anybody would like to add what is the biggest issue of security currently happen during pandemic COVID-19?
Yeah.
Pak, go ahead, Pak.
Yeah, Pak, probably not the biggest issue, but biggest changes. So after the COVID situation, we are forced to work remotely. Everyone forced to work remotely because business needs to continue operating, right? And I agree with Rajesh that once we work remotely, there are several risks that we need to identify and mitigate. For example, we need to focus more on the endpoint security, and we also need to focus on the traffic between that endpoint to the company resources. So in Gojek, we currently prioritizing the endpoint security and our information security strategy towards supporting a secure remote working environment. So one of the example is the implementation of the endpoint security, like dataless prevention or next generation antivirus, but we also deploy security control and technology to secure our email communication and also the web traffic between the endpoints and the internet for all of our employees.
All right. Thank you.
I think that's the biggest changes that we have.
Yeah. The second question is, maybe I'll give the question to Pak Wildan and Pak Yuan left already. Pak Wildan, in terms of priority, what are the first three mandatory in security management system?
Yeah, I think first of all is the business visions, but so every security is derived from our business, and then the top level approaches, the management should be aware about what is the business and what is the risk. So I think the Pahana is mentioned several times about the crown jewel. So I think every company should understand about their crown jewel, and then what is the risk if losing the crown jewel. So after that we can start to having the protection needed to protect our assets, digital assets, and then we can start to the technology itself. So I think that's the first, the vision. Second is the risk, and third one is the technology to protect.
Okay, Pak. Thank you, Pak. And this is the last question. What the best experience during COVID-19 that you got? So COVID-19 give us a bad experience, but also, hang on. But also, what are the best in terms of, because of the COVID-19, what experience you think is the best experience that you got? Maybe Parajas can answer. Yeah.
Ishak, I was going to ask you to answer this question because you have been asking questions. We also want to from your experience this time.
Oh, actually, from my experience, COVID-19 is definitely a disaster to all of us, but also it's opened up many people in terms of the importance of technology. With people working from home, maybe if there is no COVID-19, and if we give an idea of the people that we can work from home, it is a crazy idea, right? I know that US and Europe, they have been working from home and so on, but in Indonesia, we always said that we cannot work from home. We always has to come to the office to work. We always has to meet and have conference together to get the thing solved. But apparently, COVID-19 make a lot of changes, make what I would say the transformation in our mind, in our management, executive thinking, right? And we know that working from home will be around until the end of the year. Even after we find vaccine, it's possible also we work from home. Yeah. So that is what I think is the best experience. Any other additional, Pak?
Yeah, I agree with you, Paisa. And maybe it's not best experience, but I'm an optimist. So COVID is a huge problem, but every huge problem there's always it's actually introduced a new opportunity, and there's some positive that we can gain from this experience and this COVID situation, right? For example, the biggest things that I see, especially here in Indonesia, is that COVID forces people to be digitally literate. So increasing the literacy of digital for everyone. People who never actually uses internet are forced to use internet because they need to order some food, because they need to order to buy something, or even people who never use e-commerce before are actually using e-commerce now after pandemic. So there's a positive there's positive things that we get even from this pandemic, in my opinion.
Right. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Rajesh, Pak Wildan, Pak Hana, and also Pak Yuan for this session. So I give the session back to Priyanka. Thank you very much, Priyanka.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was indeed a very interesting session. So thank you all for your participation and for your time. I think to sum up this, every cloud has a silver lining. So I think, COVID is a problem, but somewhere we do have a silver lining, and I think people have become more careful and aware. So that's great. Yeah. Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was very insightful and very interesting. Thank you.
Even Priyanka, we never thought that we will have a meeting on IndoSecurity on this online platform that you don't need to come to Indonesia.
Oh, but we miss coming all the way there. We want to come there next year for sure.
And go to Bali also.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you, Manage Engine, for being the silver sponsor for IndoSec 2020. With this, we come to the end of the conference for day one. However, we still have the exhibiting booths open. They're open the whole day today and the whole day tomorrow. So you can, visit these exhibiting booths. You can download the brochures. You can see a lot of videos, explore the latest cybersecurity solution providers, and you can also chat with them, and you can also have video chats with them to understand more about their product, more about the technologies. So all you have to do is click on the exhibition hall and then visit all the booths one by one, and you can explore their solutions. Remember, the more you interact, the more IndoSec reward points you will collect. And we have Mr. Faisal P, who has been very active since morning. He's been asking a lot of questions during the conference. He's been visiting all the stalls. So Mr. Faisal P has actually collected a lot of points. So I think, all of you should also do that. And some of you will walk away with Amazon e-vouchers and some exciting goodies. So do ensure that, you're active. You can always have lunch, come back to your computer, and continue visiting the exhibiting booths. Also, tomorrow when you log in, please ensure that you use the same link and passcode. You could also just leave your computer and you don't have to log out. You can just close the window and join tomorrow. But do ensure that you refresh your screen tomorrow and join day 2. Day 2 is also going to be packed with some really good presentations, some really good panel discussions, which you wouldn't want to miss. So I will see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. But do not log out. Continue to view the exhibiting booths. Have a good day, everybody. Thank you.